Good morning. Um, I know this is somewhat rare. Usually, when it comes to being up at 11:30, it's not usually something I do. I'm usually up at like 1 or 2 in the afternoon. But I I was up early today, and I decided, you know what? Let's just let's work. I'll just work and make a stream out of it. And I don't know how long today's going to be. It'll probably be a few hours. It'll also probably be better for the people that watch my channel there in Europe. I don't really have a basis on where a majority of my views come from. So I figured this would be the perfect time. I could have started earlier. But I decided 11:30 is good enough. As for what we're doing today, the plan is the plan for today is I'm going to be doing all the pose work for Raiden. And thankfully Raiden doesn't need a lot of work. He only needs like 3 or 4 poses at most. Looking through the list I have, I need to design a up air, a back air, and I guess just a grab animation. Maybe also something extra to show for character mechanic. So yeah, it's not that much that needs to be done for Raiden. And when Raiden is done, I'll probably move over to working on stuff for Chosen Undead. Which is funny because he's coming up before Raiden. But I figured, you know what? Work on Raiden first because he takes literally the least amount of work. And thankfully this shouldn't be too much of a problem because he's rigged so he moves around easier. So yeah, I guess I'm just gonna. The plan is to do at least two or three poses, and then from that point, I guess I'll take a break to go make something to eat for lunch, and then I'll come back and I'll work on the Chosen Undead. Go for like a couple of hours. I haven't really decided how long I want to go for. It just work is work. Hey Mart, I've been better. Didn't sleep too great, and morale is a little low from latest video underperforming. But yeah, I'm gonna put on some music just so it's not completely and utterly silent. I made up a playlist that is not full of things that are gonna get me copyright struck. Yes, we are doing SFM work today. We are doing posing for Raiden. We're doing all of Raiden's poses. And thankfully Raiden only needs like 2 or 3, like 3 at least, custom poses. The rest can be done by the game he's from. And then when I'm done with Raiden, I'm going to take a break to make some lunch, and then I'll come back and we'll work on the Chosen Undead. I think I did a pretty good job too. I don't know how long this is gonna take because, as I mentioned, he's rigged, so everything will move around a lot easier. I think I'll start with the up air first because it's probably going to be the easiest. I still don't know whether or not I made sword too big. I think that's about right. Thing is, I had to upsize Raiden a little bit because his model's a little small. Work's been coming along alright. I was just up early today and I decided, you know what, let's just make a work stream out of it. You're probably happy because I know that you live over in Europe and this is a lot better for your time zone. Alright. So Raiden's up air had to be improvised because Raiden doesn't have an upward attack. And I figured the easiest way to design Raiden up air would obviously be to just have him kick above his head with his sword in his foot. Thankfully, Raiden's attacks don't need to have their don't need to have parts of the body increased in size, as a lot of sword users don't have that happen in Smash. You know, where they'll increase the size of like Mario's hands when he's punching in order to increase visual readability of the attack and all sorts of stuff like that. Since Raiden's a sword user, he doesn't need that. Is it difficult to work with the Raiden model? I haven't really worked with it that much, but since I can put a rig on it, it's going to be notably easier than it was when I was working with Hisui and Zoroark, where I had to move every joint individually. I'm gonna need to copy this. Yes, I know. I'm gonna need to hide that sword. Move this. Put in his foot. If I can, I'll attach it to his. I'll bind it to his foot. So which month is Raiden planned for? He's planned for next month. The release schedule is... Sui and Zoroark is coming this week. That's the plan. I'm gonna try and make it happen. I'm gonna try and fight through the low morale. Usually times like this I wouldn't want to work, but I'm like, you know what, fuck it. It's the last month, just push yourself. Get as much done as you can. After... A second. after Hisuian Zoroark comes out, I want to try and have a Chosen Undead video out by the 8th of December, just to, you know, go along with Elden Ring being nominated for Game of the Year. Well, the plan is to do a lot of work in December and take a break in the new year. Like, take like a month or so break in the new year. I'm gonna need to bend this back more. Is Metal Gear Rising my favorite MGS game? Gameplay-wise, yeah. I'd say story-wise, it would probably go to MGS 3. I wanted to do Raiden for a while. Just that this year has been just an absolute shit show for motivation and just wanting to work in general. And I want to open his hand a little bit. No, you're thinking of Metal Gear Solid 4. Metal Gear Solid 4 is more movie than game. MGS3 has cutscenes, but it's still mostly a video game. I mean, I'm not sick or anything like that, it's just kind of hard to pull yourself out of bed in the morning to work when, you know, you're just not feeling it. I mean, it's fine because, you know, just views. Views aren't really the be-all end-all of quality when it comes to stuff on YouTube. But it's still a little, you know, it hurts a little when you put so much work into it only for it to flop. I mean, it hasn't really flopped, but you know what I mean. Right, and we can't have that thing being shoved up your ass. We need to change that. I recently just started up my second playthrough of Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Nice! I've never played it. I want to. I've had thoughts about a la carte for Smash. But I'm legitimately like, I have like next to no actual experience with any Castlevania other than like 1 and 4. And I haven't beaten either of them. I've watched people play Symphony of the Night, and it is a legitimately fantastic game, but I just wish there was a better way to play it or an emulation. But yeah, I don't know what his Final Smash would be. It'd probably be something... It'd probably be like a combination of things. Since there's so many weapons. But yeah, my experience with Symphony of the Night is I've watched 2 people play through it, and I watched it get corrupted. And of course, you know, die monster, you don't belong in this world. It was not by my hand that I was given flesh, I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute. Tribute, you steal men's souls and make them your slaves. Perhaps the same could be said of all religions. The words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you. What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets, but enough talk, have at you. That line, that sequence is so iconic I can speak it off by heart, and I've never played the video game. And there's something wrong with your thumb, or your pinky. Is person who fucking rigged this, rigged it on the wrong vertices compared to all the other fingers, that's why. Why don't take a page from Dracula and make his Final Smash a trick from his old man, the demonic Megiddo? I don't feel like I'm in a position to say what should and shouldn't be a la carte's anything, because again, I've never played Symphony of the Night, and I've never beaten a Castlevania game. And I wish there was just a better way to play it that didn't involve having to emulate a PlayStation, and I know for a fact that apparently PlayStation emulation is sometimes good, sometimes bad, and it's nowhere near like the level of quality that we have for like N64. I don't even know if I'm gonna even get a chance to do Alucard before I, you know, end the 4 Smash series before, at least until the next Smash game comes out. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but I have a feeling it's gonna be in the next 2 years. What are some of my favorite SFM animators? I love the Winglet. The Winglet's probably the one that comes to my mind the first. There are a lot of others that I like. They're more silly. Like when I think of like serious, high-quality SFM work, the first person that comes to my mind is the Winglet. It's hard to name a lot of them because so many of them are gone, or they barely animate anymore. If I went through my subscription list, I could probably name a few more. But I know for a fact that some of them are just not around anymore. Like, there was one that I followed that was really good, but the last time he posted something was like in 2017 for the Saxies, and even his entry that won best, like the best overall in show, it was unfinished. Let me see if I can't name a few people. Who do I follow that's an SFM animator? Anonymous, kind of, but he's more memey. But he also hasn't uploaded in a very long time. Crash Mall is amazing, but he hasn't uploaded in forever. Crazy Halo also hasn't uploaded in forever. Antoine Delac is also up there, but he also rarely uploads. Dunkel's the one that I was talking about there. He hasn't uploaded anything in like 5 years. Gino World's good, but I haven't seen a lot of his more recent stuff. Googly Gareth is amazing. I love all the work that he's done for other channels, like stuff he's made for like Vinesauce and Germa. Great Dictator is also great, but apparently they're working on something, and nobody's heard from them in like a couple years. There was an update that says, oh no, don't worry guys, we're working on things, honest, but Oh, yes, Custom Moinen's also really good as well. I was actually going down. He's probably just a little bit past this. Yeah, I'm subscribed to him. Yeah, yeah, the unfinished one was Turbulence by Dunkel. Dunkel was fantastic. I don't know what happened to him, but like he just fell off the face of the earth. Marshmallow Custom Moinen, Italian Ninja. There's another one, and Mr. Prawn. Mr. Prawn's more Gmod though. Like I was trying to avoid naming Gmod animators. I have never heard of that. I'm sorry. Oh, how could I forget Crocodile? Crocodile is also fantastic. Crocodile hasn't really done much either. Nope. I've sincerely never heard of that animation. I tend to follow more Gmod animators than SFM because Gmod animation, especially back during the early early 2010s, 2009 through 2012, was like the renaissance of Gmod animation. There were so many people making amazing things, and we've never really recovered from what we've lost. Welcome back, Mart. We were just talking about Bowling Dude asked me what my favorite SFM animators were. I'm just talking about various people, and I just mentioned that I follow more Gmod animators than SFM animators. We've made decent progress. Probably want to bring this leg up a little bit more, make it look not so awkward. For the most part, it's pretty far along. Well, I don't know about being mistreated, but a lot of my favorite animators aren't around anymore, and one of them is sadly dead. Has been gone for, God, it's been over 7 years now. Probably the greatest Gmod animator ever, Hideo 706. Isn't the same true for SFM animators? A lot of SFM animators don't really do much anymore either. Like, let me check. I said that my favorite... Fuck, I accidentally moved the screen. Give me a second. I can fix this. What are some of your favorite short films? Anything by Nexpo, if those count. They're more documentaries, but I think they should count. Here we go. I don't really watch YouTube Shorts, so I don't really have an answer for that, but like short films and documentaries, Nexpo is absolutely one of my favorites. And let me know. I found him more recently, but his stuff is also really good. Do I have a TikTok? No. I kind of don't want to go anywhere near it. But it's just funny because you asked what are my favorite short films. If we don't count Nexpo and documentaries and stuff like that, a lot of them would just be SFM and Gmod animations. Like, let me think of one. I'm trying to think of the. I'm bad with names when I'm put on the spot. Two of my favorite Gmod short films, animations, whatever you call them, Mass Defect and Team Fabulous 2. Mass Defect #1. Absolutely 100% Mass Defect is #1. But yeah, I only follow a few people for like documentaries and stuff like that. But yes, I do love horror and stuff relating to horror, which is why I legitimately love Nexpo. I think Nexpo is probably my favorite channel for that. I'm very picky with what I watch. Like, I watch a lot of things, but most of the time I only watch it from like a handful of people at most. Because a lot of the people I used to watch aren't around anymore. You do some shoulder rotations. Like, White on Spy is a very good choice. And Bolt to Behemoth is also really good. Do I follow TF2 animators? I follow a lot of TF2 animators. A lot of them don't make things anymore, though. Like, let me legitimately check. When was the last time the Winglet uploaded something? Like a year ago. It wasn't like a re-edit of an older thing that he made. He made a smaller video recently, but like actual huge like projects. Yeah, he hasn't really done much in the past few years. A lot of his more recent stuff is making taunts for the actual game. Was it difficult to work on Zeg? How did you find the placeholder? I just scoured the SFM workshop looking for the closest thing I could find, and Koga from Paladins was the best thing I could find. Just like Gunvolt's replacement is Cloud. Advent Children Cloud in his blue Smash Brothers costume with a gun. And Ashnard is Deathwing's human form from World of Warcraft. Honestly, it's a bit sad because while I didn't grow up with SFM or G1 animators, I watched many others while I was little, and I'm sorry to see they are basically dead channels. Yeah. Well, also, a lot of them probably stopped because of a lot of the payment changes at YouTube. That was a big contention when that started happening. And a lot of people that did animations left. Like some people had it better than others. Some people just either found other outlets or just moved on to other platforms. Some of them lost their fucking mind. Like, that's bullshit. It's very clear that the effect of Kideo 706 dying had a profound impact on Das Bullshit. Because the guy basically has devolved into screaming political shit on Twitter. And it's sad because he was one of the biggest ones out there. Even when Kideo 706 was alive, a lot of his stuff, especially the Gmod Idea Box, it was huge. It was everywhere. Big inspiration for a lot of people, myself included. And then nowadays, he's like off his fucking rocker. And what makes it even more sad is because he did animations for Team 4-Star back when, leading up to the end of the Cell Saga. And it was like, oh shit, that's Das Bullshit. We haven't seen him animating anything in like 4 fucking years. Is he coming back? No, he didn't. He never came back. Which sucks, because the stuff he made was legitimately good. Like, the Cell stuff was funny. It was well animated. It's very clear that even if he didn't make videos, he was still clearly honing his craft. But I guess that's just how time works. You love something, but nothing ever lasts forever. I would love to get just that time back when that stuff was new and the world was wonderful. And very, very few people that I watched back during 2011, 2012, moving on from that point on, very few of them even exist anymore. Have I enjoyed my time with Hades? Hades was a fantastic game. It was legitimately a fantastic game. I thoroughly enjoyed my time playing Hades. As a matter of fact, if Zagreus ever gets a model, he will probably get a video. Because I will take an excuse to play more Hades. But as amazing as the game is, it's not a game I can play very long. Something starts hurting within an hour or so of playing Hades. It's usually my wrists. Playing Hades takes a lot of energy out of you. I'm getting old. I can't play games like that for too long anymore. Just sad. Mostly have a problem with roguelikes because of that. I mean, they are endurance challenges in more ways than one. I gave up Isaac because of ultra hard. That's why when I play Isaac, I only play on like normal or just hard. I don't really want... When I play a roguelike, I'm not trying to, you know, make myself suffer. I just want to play the game. So, like, even with Risk of Rain, I just play on the regular difficulty. I know everybody plays on Monsoon, but to avoid pain and a potential headache, I will forego it. And just play on the regular difficulty. I think that's probably the best way to go about it. Problem is with Hades, there is no normal difficulty, it's just the game. And it's a game that gets progressively easier the more you play it. Yeah, there's a lot of suffering involved with any kind of roguelike. I haven't finished it either. I've gotten close. But I usually start burning myself out by the end of the third level, and I end up losing death defiances and getting sloppy, and as a result, that damages my chances of being the final boss. I think this is as good as I'm going to be able to get it. Bend them back just a bit more. Them up a bit. What other games have I tried this month? Does Pokemon count? So that's what I've tried. It's just most of the stuff I played this month is just stuff that I've been playing for a while. Like, recently just finished my Battle Pass on Fortnite. Still playing Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah, not much. A lot of stuff has just been stuff that I've already played. Yeah, I think that's good. How is Violet? I beat it, and it was underneath all the bugs and performance issues that hopefully will get patched sooner rather than later. It's a fantastic game. Like, it legitimately is. Like, mechanically wise, it pushes the series in ways it pushes the series in the right direction. Story's really good. The characters are endearing, relatable, and you can actually and characters actually care for. I'm not going to say anything about the end of the game, but the end of the game is the best thing they've ever put in a mainline Pokemon game. Like, the last hour and a half to 2 hours of Scarlet and Violet is the best thing ever put in a Pokemon game. Like a mainline Pokemon game. Atmosphere, story, characters, everything about the last hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on how long it takes you to do it, of Scarlet and Violet are the best things ever put in a Pokemon game. Like, I do not want to mention anything because it's something that absolutely should not be spoiled and go and like you experience blind. You know, Pokemon gets a bad rap that people continuously are like, oh, it's been the same game for 25 years. I don't think people understand that the gameplay loop of Pokemon is so well done and well executed that there's never been a need to change it. Even though while the gameplay loop is the same, aspects of the series have evolved incredibly over the past 25 years since Red and Blue. Abilities, the physical special split, all these other things. There is so much depth to Pokemon as a game nowadays that normal people playing the game either don't know about and probably will never know about. That it's insane. And I've heard rumors circulating that Scarlet and Violet are going to be the only mainline Gen 9 titles in like for the next few years, and that they're just going to update it with like DLC. That's the rumor right now. I've talked with some people that apparently know things, and apparently, spoilers, Scarlet and Violet are the only mainline games planned for Gen 9. They're just gonna load it with DLC. Sword and Shield's DLC did so well, I'm not surprised. But apparently it's gonna be even bigger. And considering there's so much for them to possibly cover, we know that there's a section of the map that is cut off that we can't go to yet. It clearly feels like it's going to be something for an expansion of some kind. We know that there's a third legendary out there that's not in the game yet and has relations to the mechanic, just like Necrozma did for Z-Power, and Eternatus did for Dynamaxing. Apparently this third legendary has some relation to terrestrialization. And I've heard these people have said things about this third legendary, and apparently they're going to be if it's true, they keep trying to one-up themselves. That's what it feels like for these past few gens. Oh, Zygarde can transform into all these different forms and has this perfect form that doubles its stats. And then Gen 7, oh, Necrozma turns into a giant god dragon that devoured the light of multiple worlds. Is this almighty powerful creature. And then we got Eternatus, that is the largest Pokemon ever conceived. Has a form that has the highest stat total of anything in the entire Pokemon series. Its alternate boss form has a stat total of over 1,000. And it itself has a 690 stat total, which is more than most legendaries. And apparently this new legendary is going to be more than Eternatus. Like, they just keep one-upping themselves. Whatever they do, it's probably going to be done well. The Olive Armor and Crown Tundra literally saved Sword and Shield. Like, there's no joke there. That DLC saved Sword and Shield. I don't think we're going to get a public announcement about the bugs. I think they're just gonna fix it. They're just gonna come in, fix it. Really, what? What about the DLC saving Sword and Shield? Because the DLC was added so much and was well executed. It added a bunch of Pokemon that people wanted to see. Gave the game not only an after game section to do, but it also gave you a section that you could do at any point during your journey. So it gave you extra main game and end game content. And that's probably exactly what they're going to do with Sword and Shield. With Scarlet and Violet. They're probably going to have a couple smaller stuff for main game. Probably going to add more Pokemon. I heard talk that they're going to have at least 800 or more Pokemon in this game by the end of its cycle. We're at 400 right now, so it'd be doubling it. You can only hope that all the starters that were cut out and only had one member of the family included is included in those 400. Is Sword and Shield good? Sword and Shield is good if you own both DLC. On its own, it's forgettable. Well, if you want my opinion on where you could where to start with Pokemon, it's kind of hard because a lot of the games that I would recommend aren't games you can get your hands on physically for a normal amount of money anymore. If you want my opinion, you want to start somewhere with Pokemon, get an emulator, and get a ROM of Platinum and play through it. Platinum is the best Pokemon game ever made. in my honest opinion. Either Platinum or Black and White 2. Most people say Black and White 1, but I think Black and White 2 is way better. But then again, I'm recommending the best thing. And the best things are... The best Pokemon games are Platinum and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are probably better games, but I like Platinum more. Between Platinum and Black and White, I think that the best Pokemon game of all of them, like, if we're talking, like, you know, factually, without the opinion, the best games are Heart Gold and Soul Silver. They offer the most content, they offer the most Pokemon, they offer the most stuff to do in general. There's so much in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it's almost overwhelming how much stuff is in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. But I think Platinum is better. I like Platinum better, and I think it is right there with it, because it's got great art direction. It's got a fantastic Pokemon selection, even though it's only 210 Pokemon. Like the changes that Platinum did for Diamond and Pearl was insane. That the fact that Brilliant Diamond and Shiny Pearl took nothing from Platinum felt so fucking strange. I don't think... What I'll say is that I do not think that Scarlet and Violet should be where you start, because of how different they are from everything. I also don't think that you should start with Legends Arceus. Because, like Scarlet and Violet, it's extremely different than the games that came before it. Some people would probably recommend, like, how much different? Legends Arceus is not based on... You are not collecting badges, you are not doing any of the normal things you would be doing in a Pokemon game in Legends Arceus. Legends Arceus focuses more on exploration and collecting. The biggest thing that you're doing in Legends Arceus is that you're trying to complete a Pokedex. Like, the whole story leads up to you completing this Pokedex. Not to mention the way they go about... There's boss battles in that game, and the way that that battling is also, like, very different, considering the way that there's no switching Pokemon when you knock out a Pokemon is gone. You have, like, it's all set. You have to take a hit. There's a lot of stuff with building EVs from the stuff you can get from defeating Pokemon. It's a lot. It's legitimately a lot, and it would be extremely jarring to go from Legends Arceus to a regular Pokemon game. Hello, Dylan. If you want my best, if you want my honest opinion, I think that if you want a game, here's the thing. I don't think you should start with the best. Because if you start with the best and you go to the others, you're probably going to have a way more harsh reaction to it. Especially if you go backwards. Like, if you went from a Gen 4 game to a Gen 3 game and you started in Gen 4, you are more than likely going to feel like... Why? Because it was nowhere near as refined. The physical special split of Gen 4 did so much for Pokemon that it's insane. With moves corresponding to the special attack and attack, where in Gens 3 through 1, all attacks were based on the type. So all ghost attacks were physical. All dragon attacks were special. All dark attacks were special. And it ruined some Pokemon. Like, some Pokemon in the earlier generations were literally unusable because of this issue. You shouldn't start from the worst. You should start... Honestly, your friend said highly about Black and White. Black and White would probably be a good place to start. It's a straightforward game. You aren't super familiar with Pokemon, so the way they designed Black and White 1 is that throughout the entirety of your journey, you're only allowed to use Pokemon from that region. Not like they are in nowadays, where they aren't in the game and you can't use anything because, you know, they're lazy. No, what I mean is that the regional dex of Unova is literally all Pokemon from Unova. Like, they're all Pokemon made for that region. Normal Black and White. I think that normal Black and White would probably be a better place. Because Black and White 2 is a direct sequel to Black and White 1. And it's the only time in the Pokemon series they've ever done that. So yeah, I'd say you want a good game to start. Black and White 1 is probably one of the best ones I could recommend. And then from there you could go straight into Black and White 2. And you could try any other game in the series from that point on. Yeah, you also want to follow the story. A lot of people say that Black and White has the best story in the entire series. I don't inherently agree with that statement, but it is a pretty decent story. Well, that depends. They did something unique with Black and White in which the legendary on the cover of the box is the opposite color. So, do you like Reshiram or Zekrom more? The changes are very, very small. Alright, we're going to do the back air now. And we're going to want to move this sword off of his hand. No, we're going to take this sword. We're going to put it in his other hand. If you like Zekrom more, you should get white. Though I will tell you that if you do choose to go with white, you will not get Zekrom in the sequel. That's all I can say. Also, what's nice about it is that if you do choose to emulate white, you can put in like mystery gift and download codes to get Pokemon from events that you can't get anymore. Like Victini. Victini was a huge one. Zoroark. Zorua and Zoroark in the original Black and White were not Pokemon you can get in just the actual region. You had to get them from an event that related to the movie. You can get those. Yeah, you can get those. You're just going to need to put in an action replay code. And thankfully, a lot of emulators for DS have that built in. That's fine. Let me know if you have trouble finding ROMs. Because I know that over the past few years, people have been cracking down on ROMs. And nowadays, it can sometimes be difficult to safely find ROMs for games like that. I have a bunch of them downloaded, so if you can't reliably find one, let me know and I'll do what I can to help. At least it'll save you spending like hundreds of dollars on actual cartridges. I can't believe how much those games have jumped up in price. I legitimately can't. I cannot for the life of me believe that I'm legitimately sitting on like $3,000 to $4,000 worth of cartridges. You've had a lot of problems with the 1,000-year door ROMs. If you want a safe, reliable place to find ROMs for GameCube, there is a place that you can go called Vim's Lair. And you can not only download ROMs there, but you can also download emulators. They're safe and reliable. I don't know if I should be sending a link to that on a live YouTube stream. Yes, it is spelled like this. Oh, it's fine. I'm happy to help. Dude, I've never played Persona 4 Golden. The only Persona 4 that I know and have experience with is Persona 4 Arena. I only use Arena for my moveset. No, I watched the playthrough. I also did research on moves and stuff like that. In between the stuff that I made myself. You know, I just realized I didn't put on like really low latency for this stream. That's why there's such a gap between what I'm saying and what's showing up in chat. The comment showed up a lot earlier. Yeah, I forgot to set it to like ultra low latency or low latency. And there's no way for me to set it to do that automatically. What a fucking lovely system that is. Did you want to make a video on Trevor? What did you like about the games? Combat's fun. Those games are legitimately really good. I mainly played Normal Heroes 2 for it. And Normal Heroes 2 is just a really fun beat 'em up. Hack and slash, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if I would do a video on Travis now. I feel like I don't think there's much I would change. I mean, the references would be prettier, but that's pretty much it. Do you feel the same way about Zeg? Did I try out 3? I did! I thought 3 was pretty good. I think a lot of the negative feedback towards it by reviewers, I just don't think they either played enough or they just didn't get it. But then again, nobody goes to an IGN review expecting them to know what the fuck they're talking about anyways. So hello SSYG. Yeah, for the most part, I've enjoyed the games that I've played for Patreon. I had a nickel for every time a reviewer reviewed the third game in a hack and slash franchise. I would have 2. Just not too much because it's weird when it happens twice. Reviewed badly. A lot of complaints about Bayonetta 3 really don't make sense, in my honest opinion. From what I've seen, it's more just people being upset that their headcanon wasn't real. Or they're focusing on story in a hack and slash game, when the Bayonetta series has always been about set pieces and big fights, and it's exactly what Bayonetta 3 does, and does arguably better than either of the two games that came before it. The only real complaint you can give Bayonetta 3 is that, yeah, they mostly talked about the story. Well, then you should ignore them, because honest to God, the story of Bayonetta 3 is an afterthought compared to what was the focus, and the focus is the gameplay. And the gameplay is nuts. As a matter of fact, some people say that they gave Bayonetta too much, way too much to do, because somehow giving Bayonetta so many tools to work with made the games way easier than the two that came before it. It's weird. Do I have a favorite hack and slash game? Yes, I do. It's called Devil May Cry 5. Probably the best one ever made. Although Bayonetta 3 is also a very well-made game. That statement actually true? I mean, to some people, probably. I am some people. Honestly, if you listen to a review of Bayonetta 3, and the only complaint you should listen to is performance, because the game doesn't look the greatest, and that is because of the Switch. But they did everything they fucking could to make it look good. Oh, the fact that Bayonetta 3 is actually too easy. It is notably easier than the two games that came before it. Like, it is objectively easier than those two. It is recommended that you play on the hardest difficulty in Bayonetta 3, and then you unlock the even harder difficulty. It is pretty easy, but it's not like, you know, it's not button mash easy. Like, if you don't play the game properly, you will die a lot. Especially on the higher difficulties that will punish you. But in terms of like fight difficulty compared to all three games, Bayo 1 is arguably the hardest one out of all three of them, and Bayo 3 is the easiest. So they've technically gotten easier over time. I think the game is worth the money. It has replayability. There's so much. There's so much shit in that game when it comes to like customization and weaponry and all that. And I know that apparently a lot of people don't like the new playable character, Viola. I think that she's great. She's literally a combination of a bunch of different Platinum Games characters, including this guy. She fights like a combination of Jetstream Sam, Raiden, and 2B. She literally has Jetstream Sam's charge attacks. She throws her blade around like 2B does, and she does the blade counter like Raiden. Like her witch time is a blade counter, like a MGR blade counter. She's literally Platinum Games the character. Did I play God of War Ragnarok? I do not own a PS5. I will probably give it a try when it eventually comes to PC next year. And I sincerely hope that somebody mods out those fucking tutorials and those hints that the AI gives you every like 30 seconds. That's the joy of it. That's the joy of PC. That shit can get pushed out in like the first couple of days of the game being out on PC. Have you heard a group of fans are remaking God of War 1 for PC? That'd be amazing. And if they, I'd love to play it because I'm in the group of people that thinks that God of War was way better when it was more like Devil May Cry. And sadly, I am a minority on that. Hell, God of War Ragnarok would have benefited from a free camera during combat. Why do you need the AI to scream that somebody's behind you when you could have just implemented a camera that lets me see that myself? Or have it be an option. You wanna know what? Somebody's gonna mod that into God of War Ragnarok on the PC. Watch. It probably won't be as immediate as telling Atreus to shut the fuck up, but it will probably be out within the first year of the game being available on PC. Do I have a favorite Devil May Cry character? I'm very basic and boring, so my favorite's gotta be Virgil. You can't hate Virgil. Literally the most fun character ever put in a hack and slash that breaks the game no matter what he's a part of. The only people that hate Virgil play Marvel vs. Capcom 3 because he's completely and utterly broken in that game. Top 1 with no contest. And that's saying something considering it's Marvel vs. Capcom 3. The term "I need more power" has scarred a generation of fighting game players. He's also not inherently the most difficult character to play either. Dante is way more technical than Virgil in both Devil May Cry and Marvel. But the shit that Virgil can do is just broken. He's got range, he's got speed, he's got teleports that can teleport strike 2 people to keep combos going. He has some skill-based stuff, but for the most part, he's probably the easiest character to play. Yeah, okay. I know it's funny because, you know, I was one of those people that was a part of the generation that had to deal with Virgil being introduced into this fighting game and just instantly destroying it. But sadly, that's exactly what happened. And you know what? During that era, you either had to find ways around it, or you became a Virgil player. I picked up Virgil, like within the first 2 weeks of the game coming out, because me and my friends, the people that I went to tournaments with, we labbed that game endlessly for months and months on end when Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 came out, testing all the changes, trying all these new team builds. We discovered instantly that Virgil was the most broken thing on the face of the earth. And what did all 3 of us do? We picked up a pocket Virgil. And a pocket Doom. A couple of people I know picked up Pocket Zero, but I never really clicked too much with Zero. That and Virgil was basically just better Zero. But here's the thing, I still never really used Zero as a main teammate. He was basically just a backup for when things weren't working out that well. I'm a game down in a tournament levels of backup. Am I excited for Tekken 8? Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Tekken 8. The visuals of Tekken 8 took me by surprise. I was not expecting that huge of a jump. I need to see more of gameplay, though, before I determine how hard I'm going to go at it. It also doesn't help that I know for a fact that my main is not coming back. So, the strife of having to go through finding a new main is going to be difficult. And once you hear who my main is, you're going to be upset, because I am the most ass-backwards person when it comes to characters, when it comes to main characters in fighting games sometimes. Like, legitimately. I main Akuma in Tekken 8. Which is very funny, because I main Kazuya in Smash. When there's an option for me to play Ryu, who plays like Akuma. Yes, I love Tekken. Tekken's great. Who do I main? Fucking Akuma. The Street Fighter character that plays nothing like a Tekken character. I haven't been to a lot of tournaments for Tekken 7. I've gone to some locals for it, and I'm going to tell you right now, I have made people extremely pissed off with Akuma. Akuma in Tekken 7, if you want to lose friends and people to play against in Tekken 7, you play Akuma. But me, having gone to locals for well over a decade at this point, I have evolved past the feeling shame, the feeling shame arc of playing a character that's publicly hated. Like, for example, I'll give you a grand example. Back when I played Street Fighter V relatively seriously in locals, I've played a few characters over the lifespan of Street Fighter V. My main in the vanilla launch of Street Fighter V was Fong. By the end of Season 1, I was maining Balrog, and in Season 2, I got my permanent main, which was Menat. And it was very, very convenient that Menat got a Felicia costume. Which has been my costume for her ever since it came out. But, basically, she came out in, I believe, August of 2017. I'm gonna take a guess. Either August or it was September. I think it was August. But basically, for those that don't know, Menat is a zoner. She's a trap zoner. And for those that also don't know, there tends to be a pecking order when it comes to what gets respected in the fighting game world. Spoiler alert, nothing is completely and 100% respected. All-Rounder comes close, but people will still find things to complain about with All-Rounder. If you're a rushdown player, you're a button masher who eats crayons. If you're a grappler, you eat glue. Like, there is a food group associated with every single main archetype of fighting games. If you are a rushdown player, you eat crayons. If you are a grappler, you eat glue. Zoner's a little harder to pin. There's been a lot of insults for zoners, which is probably why they're the ones that are the most insulted. Would Felicia be a guest character for Tekken 8? Probably not, no. I don't think we're ever going to see Felicia in a mainline Capcom game again. Especially not in today's political climate. Darkstalkers wouldn't even be made today. If it was if it came out, if it was being developed and came out today, it wouldn't come out today. So it basically would be just as dead today if it came out today as it is now, coming out in 1994 and not having a new game since 1997. Am I excited for Frame Makers? Of course I am. I really wish they would stop moving the goalposts with the release date, though. That game was supposed to come out like 3 months ago. What's my favorite playstyle in fighting games? That's tricky because I play a shit ton of different playstyles I play everything. I've played zoners, I've played grapplers, I've played rushdown, I play all-rounder, footsie, and all the other stuff that comes in between, puppet, mix-ups, everything else, I played it all. What is my favorite? I don't fucking know. It's tricky because my preference for the playstyle depends on the fighting game. Yeah, oh yeah, they keep moving the goalpost. It was supposed to come out in like August, and then I looked on the Steam page. September, it's coming out in September. Okay, September passes. Oh, it says it's coming out in October. Okay, then it says it's coming out in November. Okay, we're at the end of November now. It's coming out in December. I truly believe it'll finally happen this time, guys. Trust me. Oh yeah. This game's gonna come out. This game has this game's schedule for release date is worse than my actual video schedule, and that's saying something. That is an accomplishment. These guys are worse at planning a release date for shit than I am. I'll say it's coming out this day, and then I'll go back and I'll change it every day, being like, no, it's coming out the next day, or it's coming out the next week. And then something that was supposed to come out that day has come out a month and a half later. But yeah, it's kind of tricky to determine what my favorite archetype is. Also, yes, I think I've gotten it as much as I can. The design for Raiden's back air is that he's going to use... There's an ability in Metal Gear Rising that you can do where you like thrust your arm forward and release like a blast of light of like thunder. I'm taking that and I'm putting it on a back air. That's the plan for Raiden's back air. Just getting the posing correctly is just the tricky part, because now that I have a model that I can move around so much and really change things, I'm way more picky with what I want it to be. but I think that's the best I'm gonna be able to get for now. They do post-launch characters for Framemakers. I hope Zagreus and an indie horror rep, latter of which may be hard. If they put in another character, I don't think it's going to be Zagreus. I mean, Hades is popular, but it doesn't have the cult following that a lot of other indie characters that people are pining for, that people want and Framemakers have. Like, for example, I don't think they would put Zagreus in Framemakers over Jacket from Hotline Miami. Which is good, because I would rather have Jacket than Zagreus. Like a lot of the fan polls I've seen for people wanting fan characters in Framemakers, Jacket has scored fairly high in every single one of them. So people want Jacket. And if I were to think of a single indie character I want that isn't in Framemakers now, it would probably be Jacket. Or a character from Risk of Rain. Speaking of which, the new crossover DLC that Dead Cells is having with all these different indie characters definitely has me interested in buying the game. Like, I know they put in Shovel Knight, they put in the main character of Slay the Spire, Jacket's in there, the Terrarian is in there, the Commando from Risk of Rain is in there. Rest in peace, Risk of Rain. They put in several notable indie characters into Dead Cells. Oh yeah, and Zero from Katana Zero is also in there as well. I know a lot of people were like, "Where's Zagreus? We want Zagreus," but I think that the choices they made for Dead Cells look really good. I'll definitely be playing Jacket if I do end up picking it up. I'll probably pick it up during the winter sale. Will I stream Dead Cells if I buy it? Yeah, why not? It's a game that, you know, play a few rounds of, get as far as I can. Cuphead and Framemakers. I know, didn't they say there's like one character coming that they haven't announced yet? Like, I swear to God that that they're like, GoFundMe got enough for an extra character in the launch roster. Like, I swear to God that was a thing. I might be wrong, but I do recall them hitting a goal along those lines. I know that they're adding, that they hit goals to get DLC characters, but I swear to God that they stated that there would be at least one more launch character. Yeah, I think that's as good as I'm gonna get it. I mean, it looks really good as it is. Yeah, let me look at my mains for fighting games since I got off topic from that. What are my mains in fighting games so that we can determine what my favorite, by proxy, what my favorite archetype is. In Street Fighter V, I main Menat. I secondary Balrog, and my tertiary character is G. Technically, that's one for Zoner. Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, my team is Jedi and Sigma. They're both Rushdown. Okay? Dragon Ball FighterZ, my team was Beerus, Hit, and Android 21. Every character in Dragon Ball FighterZ is a Rushdown character, but Beerus does have a lot of set play and area control abilities that make him extremely good in some areas, while awkward in others. I mean, Kazuya in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Kazuya is an all-rounder. Super Smash Bros. Melee, my main is Captain Falcon. That's Rushdown. Tekken 7, my main is Akuma. Akuma is the Glass Cannon Rushdown character. Guilty Gear Strive, my main is Potemkin, which is one for Grappler. Blaze Blue Central Fiction, I main Susanoo. My secondary is Arakune. Well, actually, my secondary is a toss-up between Arakune and 9. 9 is a zoner. Arakune is technically also somewhat of a zoner. Susanoo is a Rushdown character. He's a fucking gorilla. And I love him. He's great. Vampire Savior? My main is Felicia. Of course it is. Although, the funny thing is that even though that is the case, yes, she's the character that my channel is named after. My username, my handle, everything about it, she is the base of. The funny thing is, more recently in Vampire Savior, I've actually been leaning towards John Talbane. Like, John Talbane was always my secondary, but I think he's slowly starting to become my main. And that kind of scares me a little bit, because I've been playing this character, I've been playing Felicia in Vampire Savior for over 15 years. And now, this other character that I've also played for a very long time is starting to work its way into becoming a main, and pushing her out of the main slot of my favorite fighting game of all time. They're both Rushdown, though. Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus R. My main in that game was Justice, aka the Tank Zoner, the Turtle, the Dodge My Explosives, you fucker. Killer Instinct. My main was Saberwolf. That's Rushdown. General Rom was my secondary. He's a grappler. Fulgor is my tertiary. He's an all-rounder. King of Fighters 15. Technically, since it's a team game, and my team is made up of 3 characters with distinctly different playstyles. My main team in King of Fighters 15 is Shermie, Ash, and Mai. A grappler, a zoner, and a footsie character. I've also been trying to play more Geese Howard, but I haven't put a lot of time into King of Fighters 15. Pokken Tournament, my main is Weavile. Weavile is hardcore Rushdown. Project M, my main is Captain Falcon. Secondary is Mewtwo, tertiary is Sonic. They are all Rushdown characters in Project M. Samurai Showdown, I main Baiken. Because of course I do. Soul Calibur 6, I main Nightmare. In Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, I main Akuma. Street Fighter Alpha 3, I main Akuma. In Super Smash Bros. 4, I mained Ryu, with Mewtwo as a secondary and Captain Falcon as a tertiary character. Brawl, my main was Sonic. In Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, I played Tekkaman Blade and Frank West. I also had Batsu and Morgan as backups for when Frank didn't turn out super great. And my main team in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was Taskmaster, Wesker, Felicia. So if we're going by all of that, my favorite archetype for fighting games is Rushdown. And people don't like to hear this, especially Zoner players, but Rushdown's the most fun thing to watch. Because Rushdown characters are always Rushdown characters are always the most fun to watch because Rushdown characters are always the characters that force engagement. And that's what people watch fighting games for. You watch fighting games for engagement. You are not watching you do not turn to watch a fighting game to watch somebody sit on the other side of the screen and keep the other player from engaging you. Now listen, I will talk highly and I will also take shits on every single archetype because, as I said, again, I played every single one. I have been in the main seat for every single archetype at least once. Like I've been in the receiving end of people saying that I'm a prick for playing zoners. I've been in the position of people saying I hate glue because I play grapplers. I've been in the position of people saying I hate crayons because I play Rushdown. I've been in the position of people saying I'm boring because I play an all-rounder. And there's also insults out there for footsie characters. Though not as many because arguably footsie characters are the most honest characters in the entire, like, circle. It's a circle between Rushdown, Grappler, and Zoner. While All-Rounder and Footsie are off on the side, watching the three fight each other. Yeah, back to that story that actually relates to this. When Minot first came out, and I was playing her in her tournament, in a local tournament, I won my first local tournament with Minot. And legitimately, it was great. It was great. I won like $150, which is pretty good for a lot of locals. I remember going to the bathroom after, like, a few minutes after the set ended, and, you know, the winners had been declared and all that shit. Because I had been holding in on number 2 for, like, a good 15 to 20 minutes or more while playing the matches. Something didn't agree with me, and I just had to use the bathroom. So I went to the bathroom, and I went to a stall, and I'm in there for about 5 to 7 minutes until I hear 2 people walk in, and they were spectators of the tournament, and I hear them talking shit about me and my character. I didn't say anything. I did what you like to do when you're in the bathroom. You don't want to be noticed. You say nothing and you pull your feet up so that if they look underneath, they don't see you. They don't see your feet. And I just listened, and it was just like, it was just these guys. It was just these two guys talking about like, I fucking hate Manat, man. She's such a lame ass fucking character. And honest to God, it legitimately affected me because I actually stopped playing. I actually tried to stop playing Manat for like a month and a half after that happened. I was like, oh fuck, these oh no, my character is legitimately like making people upset. Now you have to understand, as I said, I've been playing locals for years. Like at that point, I've been playing locals for over 6 years. So you'd think that wouldn't affect me. I don't know why, but for some reason, just I guess it's different when you expect people to be like saying things like this about you, but then you actually hear it, and it affects you way differently than you think it would. Because I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Me and a bunch of the people at the local that I went to for Blaze Blue, we shit on each other casually all the time. And for when I played Continuum Shift, like actually super competitively. There were a lot of insults thrown around towards everybody's character, and we all laughed at it. There was a lot of colorful language used for my Arakune. A lot of colorful language. But, yeah, I just don't know why, but I guess it's just that, like, when we did it, it was partially joking. Like, we were clearly just fucking around. Like, but I apparently scarred these two guys with my Manat. And, I don't know why, it's funny to me. It's funny to me now. At that point, I just thought to myself, fuck. I guess I'll try swapping off of Manat for a while and see how it goes. And I played the next month and a half with Balrog, mostly. And my placements sucked. Like, I legitimately, like, for a while I was not having fun. So after a while I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. I think a skin came out from Manat that I liked. And I just thought to myself around that time, I just thought to myself, fuck it. I'm just gonna own it. I'm gonna play this character. I don't care what these people say. I'm just gonna play Manat and I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm going to try and win. The next local I went to, I got 3rd place. But the local after that one, I got 1st again. I'm not gonna lie. These two guys, I don't know. I'm gonna say this right now. I didn't see them. I had no idea what they looked like when they were talking shit about me in the bathroom. But you better believe that when I won that tournament, when I won that local, the second one that I won with Manat, and I heard the voice of one of them talking to another guy next to him as I was walking off the stage. Well, it wasn't a stage. It was like the area where you play, like the play area, to like go get like a drink from the vending machine that's like in the back. I heard one of them talking, and you better fucking believe that I made eye contact with that fucker. I stared unblinking at him the whole way out of that fucking venue. And I quickly learned that the guy sucked. It's been 5 years, I can say this now. That guy fucking sucked at that game. So you want my advice as a fighting game player? As somebody that's been in a position where he's played every single genre, every single archetype. Own it. You're playing a character that people don't like? Own it. Unless your character is legitimately a problem for the game, like is like super unbalanced, like Leroy was when he first came out for Tekken 7, or something along those lines. If your character is just a character that's an archetype that people hate, fuck them. That's all I could say. Just fuck them. Don't rub it in their face or anything. You just own it. You don't want to be smug with it, because that's how you get people like Delzathan. You just want to own it. You can't let people get under your skin for playing an archetype or a character that they don't like. Anyway, the last thing for Raiden is we gotta do a grab animation. Thankfully, I already have the grab victim here. Already rigged and prepared to be grabbed. He looks very surprised about it. Poor Captain Falcon. He's always the fucking grab victim. The grab and throw example victim. Thankfully, the grab animation should not be that difficult to put together. But yes, I hope you enjoyed my little story, my little tale of being a fighting game player, and the stuff that you should listen to and the stuff that you frankly shouldn't. People are salty about your character. Just play the character and ignore them. Because you also gotta understand, you don't want to be smug about it, because if you're smug about it, then if your character gets nerfed or whatever, they're gonna, and you lose to that person that you're smug to, they're going to shit all over you. And it's literally just giving you a taste of your own medicine. That's why you don't want to be smug with it. You just want to just play the game. Oh, back again. What did I miss? I basically said I basically told the end of the story. I said I came back. I went back to Minot after a month and a half. I got third place in the first local I went to, coming back with Minot, and I got first in the second one. I stared daggers at the asshole that was talking shit about me in the bathroom all the way out of the venue. And I basically said, you have to own it. You should own it and not be smug about it and not let it get to you. Because if you let it get to you, you get people like Dells with it. And you don't want to be smug about it, because if you're smug to people about it, about your character and all that, and that you know that they hate your character, if your character ends up getting nerfed or something, or you stop playing as much and you lose experience with it, whatever, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And if you lose to these people for any reason going forward, they will shit all over you. And deservedly so. You need to just own it. Accept it. If it makes them mad, it makes them mad. It doesn't matter, because you know what? Majority of the time, the person who gets the most upset playing the character is the one actually playing the character. Unless you're playing a character that is completely and utterly broken and is like either like a top tier or like legitimately needs to be like patched, like Leroy Black was when he first came out for Tekken 7. At that point, yeah, I think that's a different story. But if it's just a fucking character that like makes a certain person you know or play with mad, fuck them. Live with it. Hello, Sindori. I'm surprised that I cared that much when it happened with Minot. Because as I said before, it happened with Arcune all the time. But I just didn't care. And I'm not gonna deny it. Arcune, back in Continuum Shift, was a very good character. He wasn't top tier, he was not top 1, but he was certainly very good. Good enough to make people reasonably upset. But I played that character for 4 or 5 long years. There was never any regret with anything I did playing that character. Matter of fact, me and Joe played a lot of Continuum Shift like friendly matches, and ironically enough, we both played the top tier rivalry characters. He played Taukaka, I played Arcune. In Continuum Shift, Taukaka was top 1. She was extremely good. But like these two characters, even in the fucking story, these two characters have like a blood feud with each other. And what's funny enough is that even in like actual locals, my most heated rivalries with players at the local were always people that played Tau. Wait, what? Wait, what must have felt good there, Mart? Did I miss something? You make sure they're on the same height. Well, the thing is that I never really said anything to them. I just gave them a death stare. I gave one of them a death stare. I don't know if the guy he was talking to was the other guy, because he never talked. I just gave him a cold look. I don't even think he really understood that I knew what he said about me or anything along those lines. And he probably still doesn't. At least you still play your favorite characters. Yeah. I mean, I don't really play Street Fighter V anymore. I think it's a game that I've officially retired from. Sure, you shouldn't listen to those kind of people. Neither should any of you, if you play fighting games. Since I'm trying out a WoW Classic private server, what advices can you give me right now? I'm at the very beginning. I never really got into Classic WoW. I mean, I tried, but I had too much on my plate around the time when it came out. I mean, I'm trying to think of advice. You're killing kobolds, so I'm assuming you're a human. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not super well versed in WoW Classic, so I can't really give you much advice. Human warrior. Okay, I can give advice about warrior. Pull things very sparingly. Like pull like one or two things at most. Since you're a warrior, you're picking a very slow leveling cycle. Arguably the slowest out of every class in the game. Essentially, most of your damage is going to be from basic attacks. You are also the designated tank of Classic WoW. Although, since we're in Wrath at this point, things will be slightly easier for you, and some of the other build types have opened up a little bit since then. But you are still like the quintessential tank. You weren't the best tank in Wrath. I'm pretty sure that was either Prot Paladin or Blood Death Knight. I could ask a friend of mine. I could ask Taza. He would probably be able to answer that for me. But you are notably... Your survivability for, like, buying a bunch of stuff is notably lower than that of other classes. Because you don't have... You can't really afford to kite that much. Do you play two-handed? Well, I mean, two-handed was like the standard for a long time. Even in like vanilla classic, you could basically tank with a two-handed weapon. If it was vanilla classic, I would probably have more to say, but I haven't really paid much attention to a lot of the changes that came with classic BC and classic Wrath. All I'll say is that you're not basically confined to being the tank as a warrior in Wrath. You can be what you want. You can be an arms DPS if you want. Also, another major reason why, it's funny you mentioned WoW, because one of the major reasons I decided I wanted to do an early stream was because of the fact that Dragonflight releases today. Also been meaning to ask this since people I've met never managed to explain it properly. Why do you think people think WoW is bad now? That's a loaded question, and there's a lot to say. It mainly stems from a lack of engaging content. Like, a lot of stuff in more recent expansions doesn't really keep your attention for very long. A lot of it is mainly built around FOMO and other stuff along those lines. Can you give some examples? Oh yeah, no, well, I'm trying to think of some super notable examples. A lot of story in patches tends to be time gated. So a lot of stuff that people want to do, they can't do immediately, or the stuff that they do want to do usually takes a lot of time. And the grind is usually not that great. There also tends to be a lot of balance issues, especially with a lot of the new powers that have come in the last, what is it now? It's been like 4 years. Between Azerite power and the stuff in Shadowlands. And another major issue is the story is going places that nobody really wants. Now, thankfully, this might be being mended a little bit in Dragonflight. We're not sure. We have our hopes set high for that one. But a lot of the writing and the pacing and all that, a lot of the stuff revolving around that has been pretty bad in the past 2 expansions. Or at least the overarching story. I don't think a lot of people will complain about the base expansion story of BFA or Shadowlands. I think that those stories in it on themselves are fine. It basically boils down to there's not much to do in the end game. The stuff that you can do is very time consuming and boring. A lot of the content is not stuff that people want to do for extended periods of time. There's a lot of FOMO in this content through stuff like daily quests and daily rewards and stuff like that, things that encourage you to play every day. The list goes on. Now I'm a little tired. I don't know if that's been apparent or not because of me, taking forever to finish a fucking sentence, not being able to think of anything. But, if I had people here, they would probably help me explain it better. Both of those points are valid, and they are things that a lot of people echo. Shadowlands did damage the lore a little bit. There's another problem. Continuity errors is kind of a massive thing. Like, one of the biggest ones was that all the old gods are dead after the events of BFA, even though they retconned Cthulhu and Yogg-Saron to be dead. Which makes no sense. And apparently with N'Zoth dead, and they killed N'Zoth in the worst way possible. Like, the whole thing revolving on the old gods was poorly executed. They also super rushed N'Zoth as a character. Like, he becomes the main villain of the expansion literally in the last patch, and then you kill him. Apparently, Sindor, that's the way it is. I agree, it is extremely stupid. Especially since in the pre-patch Legion, we hear Yogg-Saron talking to us in Ulduar. Apparently that got retconned too. Especially since, you know, the whole thing about the old gods is you don't want to kill them, because if you just kill them, they could kill the planet. But nope, you defeat Yogg-Saron, you defeat N'Zoth, and Magni's like, Champion! You defeated N'Zoth, and now all the old gods are dead. We know that we said you only killed the physical form, or like a small portion of them. But no, we retconned it. You killed those fuckers like 13 years ago. It's extremely stupid. And it makes no sense. Do I think Dragonflight will be any good? I do think Dragonflight will be good. I think that a lot of the changes they've made to World of Warcraft since Shadowlands, even in the 3.5 patch for Shadowlands, I think a lot of the changes in that have been really good. With, you know, cross-faction gameplay, dungeons and raids and stuff like that, with the way that they're changing talents. And all this other stuff that they're adding to the table. No, I think 100% that Dragonflight has the potential to be better or just as good as Legion. God, we hope so. Feel like N'Zoth would have been a good leave to an old god themed expansion? Well, you see, Cinderay, Battle for Azeroth was the old god themed expansion. We were just told so 3 patches in. So yeah, I have high hopes for Dragonflight. It cannot possibly be worse than what we've been dealing with for the past 4 years. It just can't. If we got hints of it throughout the whole of BFA, would have worked better. Well, technically, people would argue we did because of all the old god stuff going on in Kultiris. With, you know, the second raid, like the bonus raid after the Battle of the Zaralor. And, you know, all the old god theme stuff going on over there, the questing over there. One could argue there was hints for it, but not enough. You still kept playing though, right? I mean, I did keep playing it. I just took a break. I took a break from like the mid patch of Shadowlands till like a couple months ago. So it was like a year's break, give or take. I still have a bunch of characters. I made my evoker recently. Evoker's fun. I'm interested to see all the changes that all my classes get. God, I hope the Guardian Druid doesn't get fucked in the ass for the 3rd expansion in a row. If push comes to shove, and it does, I'll just go and I'll main my Volpera Priest. But yes, I main Guardian Druid in WoW. A little off topic, but what do you like books? What type of books? Do comics count? Because I have a lot of those. I mean, I own a decent amount of books, but most reading nowadays I do on my computer. Comics count? I have a shit ton of Sonic the Hedgehog comics. I used to have more. I lost a decent amount of them. They were older. I also have manga. I have like 12 volumes of Soul Eater, like 4 or 5 volumes of Black Lagoon. I own a few volumes of One Piece. I have 2 Ace Attorney mangas. Most of that stuff I read online, so I don't really need it in physical form. Do I like Archie? I used to read a shit ton of Archie as a kid. Like, I used to own them. These books probably are somewhere, like, stored away in a box somewhere in my folks' house. There are Ace Attorney mangas? There are. There are... They're called the official case books. And I own 3 of them. I miscounted. I own the official case books volumes 1 and 2. And I also own the second volume of the actual Ace Attorney manga that like covers the story. They're big ass books. But my favorite honestly, I would love to read Hellboy or Sandman someday. What do they talk about? I mean, it's a bunch of short stories. The case file one is a bunch of like short stories that are illustrated by a bunch of different artists. But my favorite one that I have in actual like physical form in a fucking massive book is Valve Presents The Sacrifice and Other Steam-Powered Stories. This features the Left 4 Dead The Sacrifice comic. This features some of the earlier issues of Team Fortress 2's comic. And it includes... Where is it? It includes Left 4 Dead, The Sacrifice, Team Fortress 2, and Portal 2 Lab Rat, which is basically like background for the Ratman from Portal. You can read all of these online for free. But I own them in physical form. I just saw it at a bookstore one day. Back when, you know, going out was something you could do whenever the fuck you wanted and there was no fear. And I bought it. Because I'm a big fan of all 3 of those games. That's a hello, LNJ. But yeah, that's my favorite comic. Like the favorite comic media I own. I don't know how rare it is nowadays. This book was produced when? Produced by Dark Horse. Date. First edition, November 2011. There you go. Are TF2 comics any good? The TF2 comics are fantastic, but we're still waiting on like an issue or two to come out. How much to say is I just wait for this to export. They're still coming out, right? Mart, you're not gonna like the answer. Technically, we're being completely literal here. We've not gotten a confirmation that it's quote-unquote dead. We just haven't gotten one in... I think it's like 5 years now. It's been a while. Now trust me, I know. It sucks. Because they left it on a cliffhanger. Like, the last issue that they released was building up to, like, a finale. And, I don't know if we're ever going to see that finale. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. Yeah, me too. I hate cliffhangers as well. What are you gonna do? In today's current, like, the way it is, I don't even know if we're even going to see another actual update for Team Fortress 2, the actual game, let alone the comic. At least you can read the previous issues. Yes, you can. Though, if you legitimately want to, there are, like, fan dubs of it that are really well done. You can just watch it. The TF2 comics legitimately add a ton to the TF2 characters. like personality-wise. I'm not saying they don't have personality to begin with. They are full to the brim of personality in the actual TF2 game. But the extra stuff they add to each character is legitimately fantastic. And I believe the Team Fortress 2 comic is canon. Like, it's the canon story. Which is why I think it's fair to pull things from it for moveset design. Like an aspect that I'm taking for Soldier, where in the comic, Soldier has an iconic attack that he does to his enemies where he snaps their neck from behind. Pata! Neck snap. But anyway, I actually think that's all I need for Raiden. I do not know if I'll need anything else. But for the time being, I think that's it. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go make something to eat. I'm going to wake myself up a little bit because I can feel myself being mentally drained because I've been up since like 3 in the morning. My sleep schedule is currently really fucked. And when I come back, we will start working on Chosen Undead. Or continue working on Chosen Undead. I mean, I'm not done. I'm just taking a break. When left, I saw someone here talking about a Freddy moveset. They were mentioning Freddy for Fraymakers, I believe. Something along the lines of an indie horror mascot for Fraymakers. That's the wrong screen. There you go. I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn up the music. It'll take roughly 30 minutes at most. I'll aim for at least 30 minutes. But yeah, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I ate. I made a tea in order to make sure I don't lose my voice. Also helps me stay awake. I also got a little something to nibble on. Anyways. Chosen Undead. Now, I've already done a decent amount of work on this character. Namely, I've done work with short sword and shield, but I need to now design some moves involving the Zweihander. So, I pull up a list of all the moves that I need. And by that I mean it's just the script for the video. I think, because we've already been going for 3.5 hours, I think I'm just going to do one pose for the Chosen Undead, and then I'm going to call it. Unless it doesn't take too long, in which case I'll make it 2. I'm feeling a little bit better, yeah. I think I'm gonna go with the 4 tilt. Actually, no. I'm gonna make it the, I'm gonna do the up tilt instead. So, for the Chosen Undead's up tilt using the Zweihander, just pull up example image. So for the sword and shield, it's of course a one-handed overhead swing with the sword, shield at his side. There'll be a trail and all that drawn in later. But since this is a two-handed sword, I'm going to make it a big overhead swing using said weapon. And since the weapon is so large, it'll need to make so it looks like the body is putting all of its power into the swing. The weapon this big, is undoubtedly heavy. Do I like FNAF? The only FNAF I actually care about is Security Breach. I think other than that, I don't really have any feelings about FNAF. Why? Best designs. It's something that took a step away from the regular formula, the formula that I honestly thought was garbage to begin with. They gave Freddy a personality. I really care about the FNAF games too much. I mean, I understand why they're popular. But I certainly will never really consider them a game for me, a game that I openly care about. People like them, people like them. Some of the lore is genuinely interesting. But I do think that for the most part it is a little just weird and not for me. That, and I think that jump scares are literally like the junk food of horror. Like, there's no, like, actual fear in being jump scared. A loud noise isn't scary. The sci-fi aspect was always a bad aspect. I mean, that's fair, but it makes just as much sense as just ghosts possessing animatronics. Favorite Soulsborne? Bloodborne. Elden Ring is probably... Elden Ring is objectively the better game, but there's just something about Bloodborne that just cannot be matched. I mean, it is a legitimately fantastic game. I think that Bloodborne's praises are more than spoken for. Again, I think that Elden Ring is probably the objectively better game. But there's just something about Bloodborne that just has not been matched yet. I don't know if I could even tell you what that is. Probably is the atmosphere. But it feels like it's a little bit more than that. Like, seriously. Bloodborne is just amazing. It's strange. I've run into people that have said they hate the other soul. They've hated at least one Soulsborne. Doesn't matter which one. Regardless of the reasons for it. I've heard plenty of reasons. I've heard plenty of people say they hate blank Souls game. I've never met a person that says they hate Bloodborne. I met people that complain that say that the frame rate should be 60. I agree. Something that we would have already had if, it was on PC. A concept I'd like to see for a FromSoft game. Good question. I don't really think about that. Most people will just say they want to see Armored Core. Congratulations, you are now free from the bite of 87. I think it was the bite of 87. It could have been 86. No, it's 87. Remember all those dumb Markiplier screaming memes? All right, take care, LJ. It'll probably be over in the next hour. Actually, you know what? I thought of something. You know what? You want to know what atmosphere I want to see from a FromSoft game? Like a Souls-like game? Pirates. There's a lot of stuff I feel like you could do with pirates. With island locations, and all the tales of these creatures that live in the ocean and all that could be made into wonderful bosses. I only mentioned that because I actually had a dream about it. Like, I've had dreams about games that don't exist before. Yeah, I can only remember a couple of them. Although technically one of them wasn't an actual new game. One of them was like DLC for an existing game. I'm the Pirate Souls game. The idea of a Pirate Souls game was a dream. What was it about? I don't remember much of it. I just remember, like, it was like Soulsborne combat with like a pirate. He had like a flintlock pistol, that like side weapon that could be used. Like the combat was like Bloodborne, like very Bloodborne-esque. You just remember this like giant like sea monster. That's pretty much it. I have very unstable dreams, so stuff like that is like blink and you'll miss it. Like that dream was probably not even entirely about that. It was probably that and like 3-4 other things that just devolved into I don't know. I don't remember. Most people don't remember their dreams. I am no different. I remember some of them. The other one I remember was like DLC for Persona 4 Dancing All Night. They added Kiryu from Yakuza. And the weirdest part was that he was performing 24-Hour Cinderella, which is Majima's song from Yakuza 0. And it was like a brand new rendition sung by Kiryu's voice actor, and it was really fucking weird. Let's hello, Foxu. I don't remember the dance moves. I remember just the weird fact that he was singing 24 Hours Cinderella, and it was a brand new Kiryu version of 24 Hours Cinderella. It was so weird. Probably the game-related dream I remember the most vividly is that. Is this up tilt or up smash? This is up tilt with the Zweihander. Hello, James. This is, the Chosen Undead is a stance change character that can use 2 different weapons. Spoilers. And his main 2 weapons are the Astora's Straight Sword and Crest Shield, which when he's holding the Zweihander, it's on his back. And the Zweihander. One of them is technically the canonical weapon used by the Chosen Undead, which is the short sword and shield. And the Zweihander is like the most popular PvP weapon from the original Dark Souls. So I decided this would be the best blend. This was originally going to be the Dark Moon Greatsword, but I actually talked with Joe about it, and he mentioned that the Zweihander would be a much better choice because of how popular the weapon is. And yeah, that's why I decided to go with it. No, James, this is the Chosen Undead from Dark Souls 1. Tarnished is Elden Ring. What's my favorite animal? A white tiger. Come on, that's everybody's favorite animal? Uh, is it? Uh, you probably expect me to say goat because of my channel mascot, but he's not a goat, so don't worry about it. Who the hell disliked the stream? I'm sorry that you don't like Raiden grabbing Captain Falcon by his nipple. But yeah, White Tiger. I mean, what animal is he? Um, technically he's a demon. But I guess the closest animal would be a goat. Listen, Avaricia's lore is very intricate and very deep, and I could talk to you about it for fucking hours. Is he a bad demon? I wouldn't say so, no. Is he pro-life? Yes. remember having a dream where a Team Rocket grunt got revealed, but the odd part is that it was specifically the one from the original GBA with a whip, which he used to abuse his Pokemon. Wait, is he? Wait, pro-life? Do you mean like he cares about people living or dying? Like, sorry, you have to understand. Both one, I'm Canadian. And I don't follow a lot of politics in America. A lot of politics in general. And two, I'm tired as fuck. If that means something bad, then the answer is probably no. Again, I ask you to understand, I'm Canadian, I don't pay attention to a lot of politics. And two, I'm tired. Like, my sleeping schedule is, like, fucked 3 ways from Sunday. Again, he has very intricate lore, because he was originally designed as a Darkstalkers character. And I could literally sit here and talk to you about it. Like an hour. From what his species is, where he came from, to why his name is Avaricia, to why he has both notable female and male features on his body. I'm going to remove that. I'm going. Kitty clack. Don't come back. Yep, I see them, don't worry. Sleep's important? I mean, I'm not tired because I didn't sleep. I'm tired because I woke up at a bad time and my sleep schedule is fucked. Like, I woke up at like 3 in the morning. I've been up since. So I'm, sleep schedule is bad. And I'm trying to stay up until like at least 7 so that I'll wake up at like 5. Alright, good night, Mart. I probably will just end it once this is done exporting. But yes, I'm very passionate about the characters that I design. If you give me a chance, I will literally sit and talk to you about them for hours on end. I noticed that your 3 models improved a lot since you started using them in your videos. Well, one thing that definitely improved was lighting. And just the posing in general has definitely improved. I didn't really notice it or feel it at first. Like, over time, I really didn't, like, pay attention or feel it. But when I was doing Vaporeon, because, you know, I already did Eevee, so I had Vaporeon stuff to work to, you know, look at as a reference to stuff I've already done. And I look and I see what I've done now compared to what I did then, and that's why I realized, oh god, yeah, I've notably improved since I made that video. What model is this? This is the Chosen Undead from Dark Souls 1. Main character. The most iconic protagonist from the Souls series. But yeah, working on Vaporeon made me want to go and make more videos for characters that I haven't done that I've already done movesets for. So what does it feel like to improve on my work? It makes me depressed that my videos don't get more views. No, but seriously, I feel content knowing that, you know, things can only go up from there. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to respond to stuff like that. I also think the lighting does a lot. But yeah, I've been wanting to make it better and better. That's why. Excuse me. That's why when I went to make Vaporeon, I bought a ton of new brushes to use for like trails and effects and stuff like that. But I don't think any of the old effects I used were bad. I definitely want something to feel more in line with the higher quality of the renders that I was using. So that's why I went out and I bought those brushes. Like, I bought like hundreds of brushes. Don't worry, most of them were dirt cheap, like cents at most. And I feel like they've gone a long way since I started using them with Vaporeon. I mean, I've only used them 3 times so far, but the plan is to make it at least done 8 times by the end of the year. Do I think this moveset will be better than the Tarnished? Well, better is subjective. I'm definitely trying. I think I want to take him in a different, a different way than that of the Tarnished, which is why he uses 2 weapons. Dark Souls 1 is a very different game than Elden Ring. A lot of the core fundamentals may be the same, but the gameplay in of itself is notably different between the 2 of them. And what each character can do. The Tarnished can arguably do way, way more than that of the Chosen Undead. Which is probably why the Chosen Undead's not going to use any like magic meters or anything along those lines. He's far more straightforward. He's got weapons. He's got 2 weapon sets that he can use. He might use a bit of magic. But for the most part, he's far more straightforward. Aside from the 2 movesets. The 2 movesets on top of each other is to make him more intricate. Now let me see what else I need to do. I don't think views are important when you have a passionate following. I agree. And I legitimately am glad that people come and they watch. Because it doesn't matter how good my content is when the only thing that I can't do is make you watch it. Like, I could cook you the most delicious steak you've ever seen. Seared to perfection. Absolute perfection. Marinated, seasoned. Just the perfect amount for each. I could serve it with your favorite side dish. Make a delicious appetizer to go along with it. That will bring out the flavor of the dish even more. I could do all that for you. But the one thing I can't do is make you eat it. Another anime sword fighter. No, this man is a lot more grounded in reality than that of, like, Marth and Shulk. The combat of Dark Souls is very realistic and gritty, aside from, the combat rolls. But even in Dark Souls 1, the combat rolls are not as, out there as they are in, like, Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 1 was before they refined a lot of the roll mechanics. So there's like notable recovery time on rolls. Dark Souls 1 is also the game where you come to learn that the game soundtrack is the sound of your armor when you move around. You don't even know if this is a guy? The chosen undead can be either gender. Like, it doesn't really matter, but there's a lot of talk that says that the chosen undead is a guy. Like the canonical chosen undead is a male. That and I call him a guy in the video. Spoilers. Let me see. I will do one more attack. Yeah, because they want to be vague about it? That's... well, yeah. I mean, they usually tend to be with most created characters. Avatar characters, if you will. Sometimes they just tell you if they're a guy, if the canonical one is a guy or a girl. What tier would Emmy be? It's funny you say that because I actually have plans for a video sometime in the future where I create a tier list for every character that I've designed as if they were all in a fighting game together. It will not be this year. As a matter of fact, it'll probably be like a year from now. At the earliest. But to answer your current question, I have no idea. I don't think that any of the characters that I've designed would inherently be low tier. I mean, it's possible. I couldn't really tell you. I think all the movesets are at least high tier. It's hard to tell. Some of them probably not. Even thinking about it, he has a projectile that does 20% and stuns. Yes, but it's also a projectile that's extremely slow and easy to dodge. Like, the whole thing about Plasma Seeker is that it has the benefit of passing through other projectiles and stunning, and also dealing some decent damage if fully charged, but it is extremely slow. Like, not even like a, oh, this projectile is slow, so you can run with it slow. No, this is a, you will outpace it slow. Like how it has good priority and can't be reflected. It doesn't really have priority. Like it doesn't destroy projectiles. It just passes through them. Like they just phase through it. If you shot a charge shot at it, it would still hit you. Like, it's mainly designed for mid-range. But even at mid-range against some characters that are fast, they could probably outpace it and punish if used carelessly. I mean, I would argue that projectile that can't stop and can't be used again until it's off the screen is pretty... It has extremely notable downsides. Does the effect have the potential to be really strong if it lands? Yes, but again, that's an if. There's a lot of ifs involved with that move. I would argue it's not even remotely his strongest attack. I'd argue that's lockdown. What was that move again? That was the pursuit mode exclusive attack that allowed the enemy to summon a door that would shock opponents and push them backwards if they touched it. It could essentially be used to wall off, escape, and could be used to combo. It can only be used while in pursuit mode though. Attempting to use it otherwise will just make you use the scanner. The down B, yes. The pursuit mode exclusive down B. It would work like a bumper. A bumper with much heavier hit stun. If Dark Souls is getting an anime adaptation, what would the story be? Story of Dark Souls. Probably Dark Souls 1. Unless it was specifically Elden Ring, in which it would be Story of Elden Ring. Alright. Export this and then we'll end it. I enjoy these streams. I just wish I wasn't a fucking zombie for it, that's all. I'll probably do another one of these in December. Probably work on stuff for the character I'm working on for Christmas. I'm trying to set up a Christmas moveset. Not a Christmas themed character, just a moveset that comes out on Christmas. But yeah, I enjoy just hanging out and talking, just working. It's fun and nice, even if apparently somebody disagrees. And stream when you're not one? I didn't think I would be one. I have a very bad habit of overestimating and underestimating. Why my schedules for shit are usually, well, shit. Also, James, if it's all right with you, I'd prefer to just not talk about FeliciaFan, because out of respect, considering we're acquaintances now. What's the lighting you usually go for? Well, essentially what this is that it's a giant empty room with lights set up in separate corners of the room. There's also a couple of extra lights for color and stuff like that, but it's fairly basic. It's nothing too extreme. Somebody is commenting on a video that will be coming out in less than a month. The same man that never stopped asking for Rillaboom is already asking for Meowscarada. My dear God, man, you'll never ever stop. Thankfully, he won't be waiting long, and I won't have to see that for much longer. But yes, hello, Griefing Golem. I hope you're doing alright. You actually caught me at the tail end of this stream. Apparently early to rise and early to work. I didn't expect to be putting in almost a full work day. I'm sick as hell, but I'm trying to do well. Well, I hope you get better. I'm not doing 100% myself either, but there's a lot of sickness going around. It's miserable. What happened to the video on your design philosophy? It got pushed back. It's coming. Don't worry, that's still coming still. It's coming in the new year. There's a lot of stuff I never got to do this year because just, you know, work ethic has been shit. Been dealing with a lot of issues this year. Motivation wise and like health wise. Nothing physical. More mental than anything else. But yeah, a lot of stuff got lost in translation this year that I wanted to do. And that design guide will be coming out. And it's actually going to be a 2-part series. The first part will be the initial, like, actual guide, like, talking about everything. And the second part will be actually designing a character. With, like, everything that I discussed. I've already picked the character. So essentially what it is it's a guide, it's a guide and then it's a moveset. I've been trying griefing. It's just currently my sleep schedule is fucked 3 ways from Sunday, like really badly. But I just want to, you know, kick myself in the ass and just do as much as I can in the last month of the year. And then take a break at the beginning of next year. Am I going to do another TF2 character after Heavy and Soldier? If I do, it won't be for a very long time. I don't know I don't know how many people saw this, but I know a lot of people have asked, like, or are wondering, like, why I haven't done a moveset on Felicia yet, and I mentioned that she was originally planned for last year, but she got scrapped. I came to the conclusion that I think Felicia should be the last moveset I ever do. And that Felicia being released would be, like, the end of this series for the foreseeable future. And then maybe from that point on, focus on more stuff for Rivals. And maybe do more design stuff for just less moveset making and just more like design and stuff like that in general. Stuff that I can balance with a job. don't end it. I mean, I'm not ending it anytime soon. And even if I end it, quote unquote, it'll just be on break until the next Smash comes out. Or the next Smash related thing. I think I want to hit at least 100 movesets. I think that that's a nice number. I say that now, but I might change my mind in the future and just be like, you know what? I've had my fill. This is where I want to end it. This is the best place to do so. All you need to know is that it's not this year. So you don't have to worry about seeing something. You don't need to see. You don't have to worry about seeing a notification that I upload that video like in 2 weeks. And I'm done. No. There will definitely at least be 50. I mean, I'm already close to 50, but I think that is like the bare minimum. I don't think I would leave before. I don't think I would stop before 50. Especially not when I'm so close to 50. I'm not suggesting it, but just a thought. Do you think Tinkaton would be a heavily requested character for Smash if Scarlet and Violet have him on to get into the next Smash? I think that people would vote for it or request it knowing that it wouldn't get in. Because it would be... If we know who it would be. It would be Masquerada. Masquerada would be the one that they pick. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that Masquerada is the best starter choice you can make, even though Quaquaval is still a very cool Pokemon and has a lot of potential as a fighter. Do I think people will request Tinkaton? Yeah. I do. Of course I do, because it's a legitimately popular and well-designed Pokemon. But do I think that it would get in over Meowscarada or Quaquaval or any like either of the legendaries? Probably not. I think that Tinkaton will be like as popular as like Iron Valiant, who I think would also be a cool character, or Ceruledge. Like a lot of these, like not main character Pokemon will probably get some decent traction, but they probably won't go very far. But let's be completely realistic with ourselves here. The chances of Gen 9 being relevant when the next Smash comes out is slim to none. Do I think there should have been a Fighters Pass 3? I think I speak for everybody when I say that there probably should have been a Fighters Pass 3. But I don't think that they could have ended Smash Ultimate on a better note than Sora. That's the only thing, that's the only part of me that's thinking, maybe you didn't need a Fighters Pass 3. Maybe a Gen 10 Pokemon will get in. A Gen 10 Pokemon probably will. But again, it sucks because these Pokemon, all Pokemon really cares about when it comes to Smash is relevancy. When there's all these popular Pokemon they can just put in at any time and nobody would think otherwise. You just be like, oh yeah, that's a cool Pokemon, I'm glad it's here. Like Gengar, Garchomp, and all these other Pokemon that are like timeless classics. How quickly Pokemon comes out compared to Smash, the next ones would likely be have to Gen 10 or 11. Well, remember, it's every 3 years. Also, we can talk about Pokemon missing the chance. Holy shit, do I feel bad for people that like Zoroark. That Pokemon has the worst timing I've ever seen. Ever. It is baffling to me how fucking bad that Pokemon's timing is to get into anything regarding a fighting game. The original came out in Gen 5. Gen 5 got jack diddly shit from Smash 4. Too soon. Zoroark gets a cool, badass new form in Legends Arceus that's more popular than the original. Guess what? It came out 3 months too late for it to be relevant in the Smash speculation circle. What a poor fucking creature. And Zoroark would probably be a badass fighter for Smash. You know. Like it's something I'm in the middle of designing. But still. I think that they should go back to these other generations, look at what's popular overall, and be like, you know what, this character's really popular. Let's put this one in the game. You know, this Gengar, we put him all over merchandising. He was in the anime as one of Ash's main teammates. Ranked in the top 10 most popular Pokemon. Won the Pokken Tournament most popular Pokemon poll. Been relevant and popular ever since the first fucking generation came out like 25 years ago. Why is this Pokemon not in Smash? You can't tell me that half of the Pokemon that have been put in recently deserve it more than Gengar? Gengar is an OG that's more popular than like 80% of the Pokemon in existence today. Actually, technically, we want to be real. He's more popular than 99% of them if we consider the popularity poll. Even though I think that poll doesn't really consider everything and is kind of iffy in some spots. That's why Pokemon was really nice to see, as some mons were never being smashed and that got dropped so quickly and hard. With much more could have been done with it. It's true. Nowhere near enough was done with Pokemon, and I don't blame them for pulling out. It wasn't popular. You know, cut your losses and run while you have a chance. Basic shite like that. But still. I'm just gonna put this in BRB because, you know, let's just talk for a little bit. Just give me a chance to relax my hands before I end. Would Goku be in the next Smash? Goku will never be in Smash. And I don't think any fourth-party character ever will. Besides, you don't need Smash. Dragon Ball fans have Dragon Ball Fighters if they want a really good Dragon Ball themed fighting game. They don't need Smash. And if you need Goku in a platform fighter that badly, there's always Super Smash Flash. You can also download them in Rivals of Aether. But the real thing, I do not think Goku will ever be a part of. And I don't think he needs to be a part of it. Thoughts on Super Smash Flash 2? Really cool. I main Crystal in it, but the community is insufferable. Only way for Goku to be in Smash would be to have Sakurai not direct the game. I feel that even if Sakurai didn't direct it, they respect his wishes enough to not put in a fourth-party character. Really? Why? From what I've been exposed to, it seems that the community behind Super Smash Flash 2 and the fans of McCloud Gaming are just very, very intolerant of designs from other people. But they'll basically ass-kiss anything that's made by McCloud. Case in point, they hate me, which means you know they gotta have bad taste. No, but seriously. They apparently just are absolutely insufferable when it comes to other people's content. Like, apparently they fucking loathe FeliciaFan. Apparently. Again, this is coming from somebody that sees somebody putting his movesets in their Discord. Hello, Mo. I am exhausted. And I'm trying to keep motivation high, even though morale is low. That's basically the best way to describe how I feel right now. What things don't have bad fandoms? Deep Rock Galactic. You say Rock and Stone, you are guaranteed to get a Rock and Stone back. McCloud Gaming should drop Super Smash Flash 2 and focus on frame makers. Yeah, they probably should. At least for the time being. Yeah, that sounds like overreacting. Waldy is very basic and straightforward. I almost said boring, but that's not inherently the case. Like, it's very straightforward what he'll be if he ever gets into Smash. Which is probably one of the main reasons I haven't done a moveset for him, because it would be... There's very little room for creative input when the character has basically already displayed everything that he could do. And very little would actually need to be changed for Smash. Yeah, I don't think that's fair. Like, Bandana is a character that basically writes itself. There's also a very good chance that Super Smash Flash 2 was not the first game to design a Smash moveset for Bandana D. Wasn't Bandana D put in Smash Flash 2 like... what? 2019? I know Bandana D is definitely one of the game's more recent characters. He's not nearly as old as some of the other ones there in the game. Do I consider myself a furry? Absolutely not. I don't consider myself anything. There's so many. Indeed, these moves and Kirby so mapped out to be in Smash that you feel like Hal did it that way to get him in Smash. I mean, Kirby is the roots of not only Smash but all of platform fighters, so probably. But to answer your question, Fox, no, I don't. If only for the reason that the community disgusts me. And it's not something I wish to be associated with. How can I be a furry anyways? I know how to design characters well. I also know what color theory is. Well, it's because of the anthropomorphic avatar. Aberration is not a persona, he's a mascot. He was designed as a Darkstalkers character, he's not me. I understand the confusion is understandable, but still. I swear I put like not a furry in my bio on my YouTube page. If I didn't, I put it somewhere else. Probably should put it on my YouTube page. All I can say is that I'm glad that the people that have noticed have at least called him by the correct gender. Even if I'm not a stickler for that kind of shit. Do you think you'd ever make a moveset video for games outside of Smash? Does Rivals count? You don't like anthro art and characters? Well, I think you can tell by the art that's scrolling across the screen that I clearly do like anthro art and characters. I just refuse to be associated with anything to do with the name furry. And its disgusting, deplorable, and loathsome fanbase. I also use the joke, I can't be a furry because I know how to character design because most furries don't. I was not judging you or anything. It's understandable when you see shit like this scrolling across the screen that kind of question would come to your mind. So there's no blame
there's no blame being given. It's just it's something I don't talk about. So obviously, if somebody was curious, then they would ask and they would want the answer. Then I'll just also say I am commissioned. I draw what I'm paid to draw. Even if not everything you see on the screen is commission work. But to answer your question, Golem, would I ever do a moveset for games outside of Smash? Well, as I said, Rivals. If Rivals counts, then yes, that's happening relatively soon. And like a versus game, I mean, I've considered it. I'm not sure if I'd actually want to make a video series out of it, though. Especially since thinking about Marvel vs. Capcom nowadays just makes me fucking sad. Or Capcom versus anything nowadays makes me feel fucking sad. Except maybe Capcom versus SNK, that might happen. We might get CVS 3. An actual CVS. Not King of Fighters versus Street Fighter like the last two CVSs were. A fully fledged actual actual CVS. Where we'll get characters from Darkstalkers and Devil May Cry, and all this other shit. Monster Hunter. Doesn't Rivals have the exact same mechanics of Smash without the grabs? I mean, there's no shield. No ledge grabbing. To answer your question, yes. So SVC? I mean, even SVC is still mostly King of Fighters versus Street Fighter. But with the 3-person team thing, I hope they just go back to I hope they go back to like the what was it, the 1, 2, 3, 4 power system where you could just have a super powerful character. I definitely think that CVS 3 will need a new type of gameplay. Because, let's be completely honest with ourselves, CVS 1 and 2 were basically just Street Fighter games. With extra mechanics. That's what they played like. They need a unique play style. It'd be nice. I stand by the idea that Capcom maybe should do a versus game with a new company because I don't know how likely Marvel is to come back. The way Marvel is nowadays, I don't even know if I'd want them to come back. With the fucking nightmare that was Phase 4 of the MCU, I don't think I want to see them come back. Just re-release MVC2. I think I'd be more than content with that. Oh, maybe re-release Marvel vs. Capcom 3 again, but this time release it with better netcode. Or just go back to MVCI and give it DLC. That game had so much potential and you just threw it in the fucking toilet. Yes, I know it looked like ass, but the game was like super fucking good. The best versus game that Capcom could do is just Capcom All-Stars. People have been saying it for a long time, and I fully agree at this point. Even if we get back Marvel, I don't trust where the game would go. If we Capcom versus SNK has potential, but I don't know how they'd handle it in terms of roster. If it's just all Street Fighter characters again, I wouldn't be interested, to be honest with you. We're never getting Tatsunoko versus Capcom 2. Oh, that made me sad because Tatsunoko versus Capcom was a phenomenal game. Better than MVC3 in some areas. But yeah, let Capcom just do a Capcom All-Stars. I think that's the best way to go about it. Well, look at us. We've officially passed the 5-hour mark. How about a Dragon Ball Fighters 2? I mean, be nice for the people that want it. I kind of fell off playing Dragon Ball Fighters. Maybe I'll get back into it when rollback comes around, but for the time being, I got my fill of Dragon Ball Fighters, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't inherently like a lot of the fill I got. It very much is a poor man's Marvel vs. Capcom in some areas. But that's okay. That's all it was trying to be anyways. And I know we've been enjoying the conversation, but I think I'll give this at least like 15 minutes more, then I'm gonna call it. For those wondering why we're on BRB that just arrived, technically the stream's over, but this is basically me just relaxing and talking with the chat. For those wondering what you missed work on Raiden and the Chosen Undead. Top 5 fighting games. Vampire Savior, number 1. Marvel vs. Capcom 3, number 2. This could go, correction. Three-way tie. Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Blaze Blue Continuum Shift. And Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Three-way tie for second place. Third place, Super Smash Bros. Project M. Fourth place. What fuck do I put in fourth place?
Fourth place. Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll also put in BlazBlue Central Fiction in there as well. It's another tie for fourth place. Fifth place. Fifth place I'll give it to Melee. Actually, no, I won't. I'll give it to Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. The TVC. Ultimate's probably like 7th or 8th. That ringtone don't lie. Oh my fucking god. Am I an idiot? Second place is Rivals of Aether. Vampire Savior, Rivals of Aether. Third is a three-way tie between Marvel vs. Capcom 3, BlazBlue Continuum Shift, and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Fourth place is Project M. And fifth place is TVC. And Central Fiction. Actually, no, I'll just throw Central Fiction in with the other BlazBlue. Why not Ultimate? Because it's not better than Project M. Or Rivals of Aether. I love Ultimate. When I don't have to listen to the fan base bitch about Steve and Kazuya. Basically, I love Ultimate when I'm allowed to dissociate and just enjoy the game. But it's not better than Project M. It's just not. Or Project Plus, or PMEX Remix, or any of the Project M spin-offs. They're just better games. I mean, that's not... Again, doesn't mean Ultimate's bad. Saying something's not as good as another thing doesn't mean that the thing that's not as good as the other thing is awful. There's just a pecking order. And the pecking order is Rivals and Project M are at the top of platform fighters. In my opinion, Rivals of Aether is the pinnacle of platform fighting game design. Ultimate's good, but it could be more. It goes places, but it's in others it doesn't go nearly as far enough as it should. That's why I'm interested to see what these modders can do with Ultimate to make it, more like PM. How so what? How can Ultimate go be better? You know what? It's simple. I'm gonna piss people off if I say it because I know that there's a there's a small group of Smash fans that cringe whenever they hear the word that's about to come out of my mouth. But you wanna know what? It's honest to God, the honest truth, and whether or not they how could you improve upon? Make the game faster. Make it faster. Give them more mobility options. Increase the need for interaction. Put in wave dashing. Oh no, I've lost the point for several people. The black sheep of the series, as Delzathan calls it endearingly. A fucking idiot. The reason why Ultimate isn't the best is because too many characters in the game don't have any depth. And the depth of the character is completely controlled by the mechanics of the game, and the mechanics of the game are not as deep and intricate as games that came before it. The only characters in the game that have any sort of reasonable depth are Ryu, Ken, Terry, Kazuya, and Steve. The depth of other characters is shallow and controlled by the homogenized design of the game itself and the mechanics. There's very little room for self-expression in Smash Ultimate. Could you also mean increase the general speed of characters? Well, a little more than that, but that's a start. The only thing that holds Rivals back to me is the base game. I feel like it should have just a bit more content. I mean, it got the stuff that matters right. More content, yeah. Let's hope Rivals 2 solves that problem. But where shit counts, they did it right, and they did it right in spades. I don't know if I'd consider it an interesting take. I mean, sure, some people disagree, and I'm not going to say you're wrong for disagreeing. But it definitely feels like it definitely feels like the way that Ultimate is designed, with a lot of stuff being homogenized, that the the area for expression is very, very small. Welcome back, LNJ. You basically arrived at the tail end. How would you improve this problem without changing the universal mechanics? Well, that's kind of tricky, because the way that it could be improved is a way that a lot of people probably wouldn't want it to be improved. With a lot of these characters probably they have to be rebuilt. I'm also way too tired to give a proper answer to that question. So, what I'll try to piece together in this partially cognizant mind of mine at the moment. I think the best way to do it if you want, you can call me Logan. John is fine, but Jonathan Parker, LJ is fine. All right. Okay. All right. I'll use Logan. Do not be surprised if I accidentally use LJ the next time I see you, because I might forget because I'm tired. But to answer your question, Fox, if legitimately the way that you could fix it without changing the universal mechanics is bring back all the extra shit that people discovered and used in previous games, like Dacus and perfect pivoting, and all these other extra things that were unique and added a lot to player expression. They weren't used all the time, but when they were used, they were noticed and it was cool. I don't think things like that should have disappeared. And Light Shield. Hell, bring back Melee's Reflect Shield. Or how about, crouching centers your force of gravity and makes you harder to launch. That was a neat mechanic from Melee. Making yourself more grounded makes you harder to knock off the ground. I also think that they should probably go back to pre-ultimate perfect shielding. Yeah, the parry effect is neat, but I think it could have been done just as well with just, the way parrying is normally done. Like, as somebody that plays Third Strike,
The way that parrying works in Smash Ultimate is completely ass backwards to the way it's usually designed to work. Keep the same effect, but just make it the old perfect shield. Crouch canceling is an alternate, but it's so nobody uses it. Well, then maybe it should be improved. While crouch canceling is in the game, the whole thing about crouching reducing your knockback isn't. I just feel that a lot of these mechanics didn't need to be removed or changed, because none of them broke the game. Wave dashing didn't break the game. Crouch canceling, shield reflecting, Dacus. Perfect pivoting. I don't think any of them actively damage the game. Very few of them were even used regularly. Wave dashing was. Dacus was in Brawl. But now with the way you can dash cancel almost anything at this point, I feel that there's a lot more room for just Dacus. No, chain grabbing doesn't count. That was a bug, not a feature. Yes, I know technically so was wave dashing, but that's besides the point. Do you think Ultimate had the potential to be in top 5? That is a very hard top 5 to crack. I'm sure it probably did, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because it didn't. Besides, it's my personal list. If you believe that Smash Ultimate is in your top 5, then it is. My opinion is not the be-all, end-all. Just because Vampire Savior is my favorite fighting game doesn't mean that it is the greatest fighting game ever made for everyone on the planet. A lot of people out there don't even know what the hell it is. They just know Morgan and Felicia exist, and that's pretty much it. If anything, some of them probably think they're freaking Marvel vs. Capcom characters. At this point, Morgan has appeared in more Marvel vs. Capcom games than actual Darkstalkers titles. Depressing, I know, but... Yeah, if anything, they should make... If they ever do bring back wave dashing, they should make it like Rivals wave dashing. If they're so afraid of it being something that would only be used by advanced players, make it like Rivals wave dashing. If you do that, you will have no problems. But I don't know what the hell they're going to do for the next Smash. But the thing here is that we're currently in an age where Smash cannot just coast on being Smash anymore. I don't know why it's been like this past year that this has just been a thing that's happened. But like, since Sora came out and Smash Ultimate ended, we've been hitting like a new, like, platform fighting renaissance. We had Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl come out like a month or so after Sora did. And then we have now Multiverses. We have Framemakers. We have Rivals 2 coming soon. Like platform fighters are all over the fucking place right now. And they're popular. And they're these games that have these intricate mechanics behind them. And it's making me wonder if people are going to be extra judgmental towards the next Smash because of the fact that we're in this era of platform fighters at this point. I mean, I guarantee you, by the time the next Smash comes out, Rivals 2 will be decently relevant. Like, it'll probably be out for like a couple of years. Rivals 2 is going to be big. A big deal for platform fighters. Smash 7, since technically it is 7. Smash 4 and 5 were Smash Wii U and Smash 3DS. Smash 7 needs to really draw in an audience of people that want to play it. Would diverse Smash and Nintendo and make Smash completely company neutral? Well, if you want to be technical, it kind of is, considering Sakurai is not part of Nintendo and it was made by Namco Bandai. Besides, if we want that, then we could just go play Rivals, because that's pretty much what it is. But the question is, would it stand out? Yes, but would it stand out for the right reasons? Like, I don't think people want Smash to stand out because it's lacking everything that these games have. I think people want Smash to stand out because they want it to be the best. And to them, it is, even though I heavily disagree. This Indie Showdown as a music composer, I think there were a lot of mechanics and crap like air dashes. Air dashing in a platform fighter would be interesting. I don't know what they'll do for Smash 7. I just hope that it's fun. Another reason why I think they should definitely focus on mechanics for this next Smash is because it's clear that this roster is going to be notably smaller than Ultimate. Like, we're going to lose a lot of characters. I don't know how many, but we're going to lose characters. And the last thing you want is to give people that own this incredibly popular game. Like, this is the most popular fighting game ever made. You don't want to give these people that own this game, and you're most likely, that's most likely your entire player base owning this game. You don't want to give these people a reason to not buy it, to just stick with the old one and not buy the new one. If Smash 7 comes out and it doesn't improve the mechanics, the game doesn't get faster and more in-depth, and we lose like 25% of the roster, people are just going to stick with Ultimate and not buy it. Some people will play it, but there's a very good chance that people are just going to stick with Ultimate and ignore the new game. It'll be the first time since Melee where the player base is divided and people stick with a different game. And then it'll be a three-way divide in the Smash community, not just two. I want better gameplay too, and that's why I'm saying if they're going to be forced to cut down the roster, they should focus on the gameplay. But I don't think that's what they're going to do. We are probably never going to see wave dashing in Smash again. Do I wish they would just put it in? Of course I do. But speaking realistically here, chances of it happening are very, very slim. We would need somebody new in charge. We need somebody that is actively talking with the freaking fan base. We need somebody that wants to talk to these people, with us, get us involved in some capacity. We don't have to take our word for everything, but for the love of fucking Christ, you are the largest fighting game franchise on the face of the planet. Listen to what we have to say. Make betas. Make them public betas. Give us a chance to play the game and try it early and let us know how the game feels. I shouldn't have to go to an event a live event in order to beta test your game. By the way, I did do that for Ultimate. I did it twice. I'm still salty that we never got that placeholder 8th color for Ridley in some way, shape, or form. I think people will be staying in Ultimate because everyone is there. And if they cut characters, then they better step up their game. I agree. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They can't just coast on Smash being Smash. Because not only do they now have to compete with everyone else around them, they are making these fantastic games that will draw in audiences. You also now have to compete with yourself because you made a game that is literally unmatchable in terms of roster quality. Can't replace Sakurai? You don't need to replace Sakurai. I think as a developer, especially half of these videos that he's put out on his YouTube channel about communication and stuff like that, I feel that this is something that he should know as a developer, that we, the players, deserve to have our voices heard about issues revolving around the game. Let us test your game. Don't sell us a fucking beta. Let us play a beta for free. Or, you know, private betas for people that pre-ordered. I don't fucking care. The point is that let us test your game before it goes out. And if there are issues and things that could be improved, we, the player base, can relay that back to you in order to help it improve by the time it has to come out. You could build up Ultimate instead of a new game. As a matter of fact, that's what I would prefer. Like, the literal best thing they could do is re-release Ultimate as a freaking free service game. And just have characters added to it over time that you can buy. You get the full roster of Ultimate, but you get extra stuff along the way. Or they release an updated version. If you owned Ultimate, you get it for free. Then it'll allow them to make and add more characters. But while that's the case, if they do that, I don't know if they'd go back to improve gameplay. That's the problem. Because the biggest problem that a lot of people have with Ultimate is that it's not fun to watch. And it's not. For the most part. It can be sometimes, but those sometimes are really few and far between. I'm not saying Smash needs help, because it's clearly in the hands of a very competent director. I don't think there's a single person on this planet that would look at Sakurai and call him incompetent. Stubborn? Sure. Incompetent? No. Managed the fact that money, actually bought. It's not always fun to watch. I mean, it depends on the character. It does. And you want to know something? You can clip this. And you can send it to every corner of the internet. I don't give a shit. Steve is one of the most fun characters to watch in Smash Ultimate. Because of how unpredictable he is. The fact that Steve is unpredictable as he is makes him incredibly fun to watch. He is right up there with characters like Falcon and Fox in terms of being fun to watch. Because the people that play him, especially the top players, fucking nuts. And the shit that they do is fucking nuts. And you know what? I like to watch characters do things. Also, I'm going to say it, and yes, there is a little bit of bias in this because I am a main of this character, and I am not going to apologize for it. Kazuya is also an incredibly fun character to watch. Because I'm also going to say this, Tekken is one of the most fun fighting games to watch in general. Even how old it is, Tekken 7, it's still one of the most engaging fighting games to watch. And watching Kazuya just fucking destroy somebody is extremely entertaining. That's why I'll say it. The characters in Smash that are the most fun to watch are the rushdown characters, the pure rushdown characters, and the fighting game characters. And Steve, the pure rushdown characters, like Fox, like Roy, like any of these characters that just want to get in your face and just do a shit ton of damage, they're at the top. The fighting game characters are always fun to watch because they are extremely versatile and they can do a ton of different shit. And Steve, because he's nuts. I think Sora was kind of a letdown moveset-wise. After watching some modders turn him into a character that's like all about momentum and stuff like that, making him much faster and giving him that mechanic where you hit him, you start hitting people and you start attacking faster. The name, again, I'm tired, the name has escaped me. Hit flow. They gave him hit flow and unique combo pass and different attacks and normals. The way people have modded Sora makes the Sora in Smash look like a fucking joke. And it's kind of funny because Sora is honestly one of the most boring characters to watch. And that's saying something because Robin exists. I say, as somebody that played a lot of Robin in Smash 4. Nobody likes watching Robin. Robin is one of the most anti-viewer character ever created for Smash. Because he's slow, he's floaty, he's lame, and the funniest part is that, yeah, you know what? There are characters slower than him, like Incineroar, but you all know what? Incineroar, when he's doing shit, is fucking hype. Especially when he lands at a Alolan Whip. Robin is the most unfun character to ever watch in Smash. And I know, I've gone to locals and made people watch my Robin. When was the last time I saw someone play Robin or Sora? Well, there was that one tournament a few months ago where Meister pulled out Sora in the finals, even though he lost. Like he took a game as Sora. But like everybody talks about the characters that are the most exciting to watch. Like you ask somebody who's the most exciting character to watch, they'll more than likely say like Captain Falcon. Or again, Fox. Nobody really talks about who the most boring character to watch is. And I 100% agree that it is absolutely fucking Robin. He's slow. He's lame. There's nothing that Robin does that's hype. Like, nothing. No, side special to up air is not hype. Robin was more hype in Smash 4. I said it. Maybe it also helps that Smash 4 was a slower game and Robin's speed didn't appear that bad compared to the fact that, you know, the game was slow. He kind of looks cool, but that's it. Yeah. He definitely feels like a character from Smash 4. I think Bowser Jr. is also boring if the guy playing him plays defensive. Agreed. But I've seen competitive Bowser Jr.'s go fucking ham, and when Bowser Jr. starts moving and doing things, he's fun to watch. It's worse than Sonic. It's sad that Sonic is one of the most boring characters to watch because of the way people play him. And to be completely honest, it's not their fault. He's just designed that way. When you make a character as fast as Sonic, who can just outrun anything, outrun neutral, you end up with a character that can choose when he wants to fight. Anybody. Doesn't matter if they have projectiles, traps, anything. Sonic will decide when he wants to fight you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Well, the problem is that he's the fastest character, but he doesn't really have tools for aggression. Even spin dash and spin charge, they're way more designed for defensive options than actual offense. Homing attack is too slow to be used offensively. The most offense you'll do with a spring is you'll hit somebody while they're trying to recover. Sonic's not bad gameplay-wise. He's bad at a core. He's bad because he's literally... Sonic at his core... Okay, you want me to be completely honest with you? Sonic at his core doesn't work in a fighting game. He doesn't. He's too fast. You're either going to design a character that will literally suffocate people with aggression, or a character that is so fast he will choose when he wants to fight you. It's one or the other. If you make a character too fast, that's what you get. You get a character that will either suffocate anybody with aggression or be so fast that he can literally make his own defense and be the greatest defensive character in the entire game because of it. If Sonic chooses to run away, nothing can stop him from running away. And it was even worse in Smash 4, because you could just run through people. Can't do that anymore, but nowadays he doesn't need that. It definitely feels like a lot of the characters designed in the Brawl era did not translate very well to future Smash games. Some of them did, but it definitely feels like some of them got lost in translation. Like, there was definitely a loss of translation somewhere when developing some of these Brawl characters. It also doesn't help that some of these characters were only good because of bugs in their home game, like DDD. DDD in every game he's been in since Brawl has been garbage. DDD needs to be redesigned, like legitimately. The only character I can think of that's been legitimately good ever since Brawl and is decently well designed is Rob. Like, Meta Knight doesn't feel like he ever really transitioned out of Brawl properly. They nerfed him too hard and they never really figured out how to give him the stuff that he needs in order to come back and be a good character. Pit has always been painfully average at best. I mean, there's Zero Suit Samus, but I think Zero Suit Samus is just good because the game is faster and it allows her to be a good rushdown character. Wario is really good in Smash Ultimate, but he was pretty bad in Smash 4. Ike was crap in Smash 4, and he's okay, I guess, in Smash Ultimate. People really don't play him anymore. He was a big hit when the game first came out, but I guess people started to learn how to punish the Nair, and then everybody just stopped playing him. As I previously mentioned, Deity sucks. Like, Deity just doesn't work half the time as a character. Olimar, I think they realized that Olimar was extremely over-designed in Brawl, and I don't think they ever found a way to properly fit him in without under-designing him. Pokemon Trainer, Pokemon Trainer is probably the one that translated the best out of Brawl. Next to like a couple of other rare examples. Lucario was good in Smash 4, but for some reason he just doesn't work in Ultimate. What else? Who else? Wolf was redesigned from the ground up for the most part. He feels very different from his Brawl iteration. And it's probably why he's a top tier. I think some stuff about Snake should have been fixed. Or changed, but they weren't. I can't believe they gave him his stupid ass up tilt. I can't believe that actually came back. Lucas has always been a worse Ness. Ever since his inception. I'm talking about Brawl characters. And how a lot of them just didn't transition well to future games because I don't think they were designed with future games in mind. Who else? Oh, Diddy Kong. How could I fucking forget about that nightmare? I don't think that the people realized that Diddy Kong was really good in Brawl. I mean, like, he was a counter pick for some of the top tier characters. And they just didn't really nerf him. At all. Launch day Smash 4 Diddy Kong was a fucking problem. And Diddy Kong ever since then has been pretty damn good. Even in Smash Ultimate, he's still pretty good. Like, just straight up. Brawl's characters are fucking... They were not designed the best. I would argue, out of every Smash game, Brawl's characters were designed the worst. Also, welcome back, Methoxa. Like, I don't know. I like how I said I was gonna leave like a half an hour ago and we're still talking. I like this though, so I'm gonna keep it going. I don't know. I don't think any baby game would have Meta Knight in it.
I mean, Isabelle is about what I expected she would be. I definitely felt she would get into Smash eventually. But I wasn't expecting her to, you know, blow anybody away. To be honest, I feel like a lot of Ultimate's base cast feels like that. I feel like a lot of the time just went into Simon and Richter. And a lot of the others just kind of got shafted in a lot of areas. It's weird. It definitely feels like there was more love put in to the DLC characters than the base cast. Like, some of the base cast for Ultimate just felt unfinished. Ridley feels unfinished. Ultimate had a 3-year development cycle instead of a 5 or 4-year like other games. That's true, it did. I think that the best thing that the Smash team could do for the next Smash is go back and look at their characters and refine them in the places that they need to be refined in. I think that that's the best thing for them to do. Focus less on, you know, the new, and refine what you currently have. I think almost every character in the roster needs more shit to work with. Like, I think Mario should have more mobility options. I think that Samus needs to be revamped to be more like Metroid Dread. And you can keep the old floatier Samus for Dark Samus. Give her a couple of unique things too while you're at it. Bowser and Donkey Kong? For fuck's sake, Sakurai. Give them personality and give them back their actual voices. Bowser especially. You could argue that Donkey Kong has a lot of personality, and he does. But what the fuck are you doing with Bowser? I get that you want him to be more terrifying, but Bowser isn't terrifying. He's not even remotely. That's a document for Ultimate, and one of the pages shows a brief summary on Isabelle that implies she intended to use buildings and office supplies. Well, to harken back to a design I made for Isabelle back during the days of Smash 4, I designed Isabelle once with an ability, a passive ability where she could plant a Lloyd, and if you held the button, the longer you held the button for, you can move around while doing so. If you held the button for a extended period of time, different things would spawn in that spot. And I think like the thing you could spawn that was the biggest was the coffee house. I can only hope that if and when Isabelle comes back, because Isabelle's too popular, they're not going to cut Isabelle. They'd cut the villager before they cut Isabelle. They would cut the villager before they cut Isabelle, in my honest opinion. But when she comes back, I hope that they do look back at that document and try to implement at least some of it. But yeah. One thing she uses that could be considered office supplies is the broom she uses on her up tilt. Yeah, there's not much. Alright, well. This has been fun. I know we've gone almost over an hour past what I planned. More than an hour. I was expecting to be here for over 6 hours. Early to rise, early to work. Literally put in a full day's work. Anyways. The plan for the future. Hisuian Zoroark is coming out soon. I'm aiming for a weekend release at the latest. After Hisuian Zoroark, I plan to release Chosen Undead. After the Chosen Undead will be Raiden. And after Raiden will be after Raiden will be Meowscarada. And after Meowscarada will be the Christmas moveset. And after the Christmas moveset, I'm ending the year with Artorias. Artorias is 100% the final character of the year. Even if I have to skip a couple of the characters I mentioned, Artorias is going to be the final character of the year.
The goal is to go as hard as I can in December. Dedicate as much time as I can to working on videos and such. And just take a big break when the new year arrives. That's the plan. I don't know how much of it I'll be able to stick to. Easy to say things now, you know, when all I can give you is words. I'm a fucking politician. But, whatever happens, I'll be seeing you again. So there's gonna be another work stream. I will probably do another work stream either later this week or early next week. We can continue our lovely conversations there. Because it's nice to talk with folks about stuff like this. And I thank you for being here. I thank you for spending your time with me. I appreciate it. And for the one guy that disliked, I'm sorry that Raiden grabbed Captain Falcon by the nipple. I know that was very traumatizing. Please report. Alright, I'm going to go die. To be one like Hisuian Zoroark. Fuck, I've been awake for way too long. You will see Raiden soon. Raiden will be out not too long after Chosen Undead. Like, I don't even think Raiden will be out a week later after Chosen Undead. When the next work stream will probably be Meowscarada attacks, whatever. That's probably what I'm gonna do. But yeah, I'll see you later. If you have anything, pass along to me. A few of you know where to reach me on Discord. The others can just leave a comment on video and I'll get to it. Or more preferably, just leave it on a community post. By the way, apologies ahead of time. Yes, I'm aware Dr. Eggman won the poll. There's gonna be no Eggman moveset this year. Sorry. There's been a huge hitch in schedule, and because of issues this month, there will be no Eggman this year. He'll come out next year. Anything that I planned this year will just be released next year. 2023 is basically going to be the excess video year. Like, oh, I just planned this for 2022 and never happened. Oh, it's here now. But yeah, okay. I'm going.